gentlemen, brothers and sisters, get your cocktails ready because the show is about to start in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's time to start the countdown clock. Let's get it going. In just 20 seconds, we get a word from our sponsor and the show begins.
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, welcome to the Old Humble Distilling Company's Thursday night happy hour program, which is, best I can tell, a trivia show. We also do Unhinged, a dating segment where we prove that people have way too high of a standard for each other in the digital age. Because I know for a fact back when I was dating, before I met the lovely Mrs. Old Humble Guy, who is, I will add, a saint, an absolute saint, a perfect female individual. Before I met her, I wasn't particularly picky. It was like, whatever. Let's talk. Let's see if you can entertain me. But now the digital age, people are, It used to be 3 dates before you realized how much bullshit people were spreading. But now, you look at it, it's right there. They've got to put layer after layer after layer of bullshit in their dating profile. And you see it right there all at once. And yeah, you just skip through the first 3 dates on the dating profile, and that's a shame. But anyway, Lisa will talk about that when she gets here. When she does the Unhinged Chronicles with Lisa. But first, we're going to do our opening shot. Our opening shot today is Old Humble Distilling Company's Double Oak Rye. Because why not? See what I did there? I hate myself for that. Cheers. All right. Housekeeping. Tomorrow night, 5 p.m. doors open, 6 p.m. tour starts, 7 p.m. music starts. For Ryan Adam Wells. You will be able to catch Ryan Adam Wells right here on this YouTube channel as he plays his I don't know, Texas folk variety, whatever. And he's a hell of a performer. His latest album, Beers About Songs, was on a top 500 list, and he's done the top 500 tour several times in Florida and California. In fact, he's just coming back from California. He's been back in town for a couple of weeks, and he's coming to our shop, and I'm so super duper excited that we have this guy as a friend of the distillery who can come and be a part of the action at the distillery pretty much whenever we need him to. I mean, I can just kind of reach out and say, hey, you free this weekend? He's like, yeah, I'm free. And then boom, we got Ryan Adam Wells playing. It is that easy to get Ryan Adam Wells to play. And he's pimping it out to his buddies here on the north side of town. So he should pull himself a nice, tidy little crowd. Our road show for Total Wine was supposed to be this month, but something happened with the scheduling, and all of my dates for Total Wine have been canceled. So I'm going to have to reconfigure my road show and my calendar and find out what I'm going to do with all that junk and get that all done. And then we have stuff going on at the distillery every Friday night, stuff going on here every Wednesday and Thursday night. We will not have trivia the next 2 weeks. We have trivia tonight. We do not have trivia on the 20th or the 27th. So do with that what you will. And make do with your evening as best you can. I might be doing a day in the life from the distillery on one of those days. Let me reach out to Lisa, find out where she's at, because she should be here by now. I'm gonna ask her real quick. You coming? And she's late, but not usually this late. What else? What other housekeeping we got? We are in the woods, and I will not be streaming on October 31st, but I may be streaming on November 1st, which is the Tuesday. I do have a 24-hour live stream in the works. I am planning a 24-hour live stream. Hopefully, we'll have some guests come through the distillery to keep me occupied and keep me interested. I have a lot of little projects that I'm working on. A pallet-based, a reclaimed pallet production desk for my production studio at the distillery. Starting work on the tasting room and bathroom and office in the distillery. Doing more barreling of our bourbon, bottling of our rye, making some. Can you see these? Can you see these? There they are. Making some whiskey stones for Christmas. And someone just barged into my office. We're live on YouTube, and here is the Old Humble gal, Mrs. Old Humble Guy
I'm
herself.
actually presentable
And
today.
she's presentable today. She's wearing pants and a shirt.
Clothes.
She doesn't always wear clothes. What's up, my love?
I'm home.
She's home.
Let me tell you that.
I'm overjoyed. Thank you. I'm glad you're home.
Home before 10 o'clock
Before 10 o'clock tonight. Hasn't happened in a while. Which is really good because 10:30 is her bedtime. 11 o'clock is when I dye her hair blue. Don't tell
ha ha
her.
What you making?
Double shot of rye.
Oh.
You know why?
Why?
Why not?
Oh, see, I thought
Get
you
it?
were making like a mule, Moscow
Rye
mule
not.
for me or
Get it?
something because of
Rye
my
not.
stressful day.
You've got your moonshine in there. She's drinking moonshine straight out of the jug.
Apple pie moonshine. It tastes like apple pie with a kick.
Isn't she cute? She's just damn cute, isn't she? I'm just really glad when I was dating I wasn't picky and I ended up picking her up.
I just doubled myself since you've met me, though.
So have I.
Yes, you have. Be honest. Yes, you have.
Not quite. Close.
And actually, tripled myself because there's 2 children in this household.
I played a role in that. They didn't just show up.
That much.
That.
Bye.
All right, she's gone. All right, now we can start having fun. Let me tell you.
Bye.
Where was I? Where I was going to talk? I was going to talk to chat. Lisa is still. I don't know where she's at. She is up to her eyeballs in trial exhibit. So we're not going to have. We will have no unhinged tonight. We are going to just skip to trivia, and that's fine. It is 9:12. Let's do trivia. We'll start trivia in 3 minutes. Let's look who's in chat. This is going to be tricky. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to deputize my mods to help me keep score. We'll make this thing work. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn off Zoom. So turning off Zoom. Get your work done. No sweat. All right, so Zoom is off. We're going to be straight up in single camera mode here. Bear with me. You'll still hear my silky voice as we replace the camera 1 with camera 2. Zoom window with chat. That's the one. Where is the video capture device? There it is. Activate camera. There it is. I'm right here, boys and girls. Cheers and salutations. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to deputize my mods. Who wants to be deputy scorekeeper tonight? You can play and be scorekeeper at the same time. I'm okay. First liquors. Vanessa Kitty, the package has been labeled and set by the door. We have had a very crazy couple of weeks with a passing in the family, and we are. It was supposed to go out, but instead of me going to the mailbox to send that out, I decided to go to the hospital and sit at someone's deathbed. So it will be going out probably tomorrow. It's just things have been insane the last handful of days. Cheers, Magnet Mission. Richard from Magnet Mission has just joined us. That's a new name. That's a new voice. Congratulations. Bimbo Barbarella has volunteered to be scorekeeper to help me keep score. So this is what we're going to do. If you're in for trivia, well, let me give my shout outs to chat real quick. Everybody in chat. I see Sunflowers has joined the party first. Lazy Nate is in the house. Vanessa Kitty's in the house. Safety Doc is in the house. Cheers, everybody. Cheers to all y'all. Bimbo Barbarella is in the house. And Mrs. Hopkins has decided to join us from the poolside of whatever resort she is staying at this weekend. Thank you, Mrs. Hopkins, for taking the time out of your busy evening of leisure to join us. Thank you. Bimbo, Vanessa Kitty, Mrs. Hopkins, and of course, down here, just joining us. It's a new voice. I mean, if you've been here before, I appreciate you returning, but I don't recognize it. So thank you for joining us, Magnet Mission, Richard from Magnet Mission. Cheers and salutations. And I'll also add that there's a lot of new folks. We got 871 subscribers now. Last night we were at 861. Last week we were like 850 or something like that. We are marching onward to 1,000 subscribers. Hang on one second. See if that worked. I'm not sure if it always works. I hear the tippy tappy of a puppy dog. Wally is standing outside the door. Hold on one more time. I think she's upstairs. I'm listening for the footsteps. I think she's upstairs or at least in our bedroom. I'm not hearing her out there. All right, anyway. As we march onward to 1,000 subscribers, y'all know what the drill is. If we hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of November, I've been saying if we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to fight a kangaroo. That's fine and good. But we got to put a time limit on this. It can't be 1,000 subscribers by 2057. It has to be 1,000 subscribers by the end of November. At the pace we're going, to hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of the year, we need to add something like 1.6 subscribers a day, and I'm adding 2 a day. In order to, hey Siri, how many days until the end of November? 48 days until the end of November, and that's 129 subscribers divided by 48 days. That is 2.7. So let's call it 3 subscribers a day from now until the end of November. If we get 3 subscribers a day from now to the end of November, I hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of November. If I hit 1,000 subscribers by the end of November, I fight a damn kangaroo. I'll still probably fight a kangaroo, just because, you know, they have it coming. But 1,000 subscribers, end of November, I fight a kangaroo. And thank you, Vanessa. I'm sure many other people. I just had a short today post. I posted up a short today. It popped off for 11,000 views. The one with the crispy. Hey, there's my lovely lady. Yeah, she was in the other room. See, I told you guys. Hey, do we have any fire extinguishers?
None that work, so no.
Also, is our membership to the aquarium up and good so I can fight the kangaroo for Christmas?
No.
So we can get that membership set up to fight the kangaroo, right?
You asked your mom for it for Christmas.
So that's a yes. Oh, okay.
No!
My wife just said.
No!
She just.
No!
I said we can get. No. Thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. I love you. She just said if.
No.
I asked if we have our membership to the aquarium up, I can fight the kangaroo. She said, ask your mom for the membership because, you know, we let it lapse for Christmas. So that was definitely not a no. 1,000 subscribers fighting a kangaroo. Endorsed by Mrs. Old Humble Guy.
No.
No means
The dog's coming in to support
maybe.
me.
Y'all want to see my dog? Come here,
See
puppy.
his tail.
Who's my good boy? Come here. You come here, you big baby.
He's like crack. You're gonna pick me up.
Oh, he's my big baby. Look at my big baby. Oh, you big baby.
Old Humble dog.
Yes, sir.
Okay, come on, Wally.
All
Let's
right.
get out of here. Bye-bye.
Okay, love you. Bye.
All these bottles with like this much whiskey in them.
All these bottles with this much whiskey in them. I'll take care of it, guys. Bye. Love you.
Uh-huh.
Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Shoo. Skedaddle. All right, y'all heard it here. She didn't say no. I mean, she said no like 100 times. But when asked specifically, I fight the kangaroo, we have the membership, she did not say no. She said something other than no, but she didn't say no specifically to that. So, fight the kangaroo at 1,000 subscribers. And she's going to drive me there. Because she endorsed it. She supports it. All right, so this is what we're going to do. All the shout outs to, have I gotten everybody? Magnet Mission is driving and hits lots of dead zones. Holy crap. I hope you're not watching YouTube while you're driving. Jesus. Just listening in the background, I hope. Vanessa, come on. Kangaroo isn't going to beat me up. They're punks. They're straight up punks. And these kangaroos are they're probably sedated anyway. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. She did say no a handful of times, but it was no for others. I don't know. It was just random no's. I'm not sure what those no's were associated with specifically. But she didn't say no when I asked about the membership to that aquarium. So here's the deal. We have an aquarium down the road. The aquarium has like a petting zoo area. It's not really a petting zoo. It's like an animal exhibition area. They have emus and ostriches, and they have some animals that you can get in with and pet, like an animal experience. They don't let you do that with the kangaroos. You have to be like dressed as a boxer to get in with the kangaroos. They have an aviary with birds. They have the area with the fish. You can put your arms in and have the fish nibble on your fingers or whatever crap. But most importantly, I don't know if this is an official program. It may be something that I'm just making up. If you show up in boxing shorts and a robe and boxing gloves, and you run through the gate without asking permission, you can probably fight a kangaroo. So that's what I'm counting on. I'm counting on just like running in there and getting in the first couple of shots. Bip, bip, bip. Kangaroo goes down. I'm the victor. The interspecies champion. The interspecies intercontinental champion. That is what I'm going for. I get a belt and everything. It's going to be fucking awesome. Anyway, Bimbo Barbarella, you are deputized as the record keeper of note. So this is what we're going to do. If you're in for trivia, say you're in for trivia right now, and I will write your name down on our record-keeping notepad right here in front of me. And then what we'll do, these are the rules for trivia. We have 5 rounds. I ask 9 questions. I ask those 9 questions. You give the answers to the questions in one comment line. Bimbo is in. All right, so I'm going to start my column of names right here. I've never done it quite this way before, but we will see how it's done. Magnet Mission is in. Oh, I forgot to mention the space whiskey. We're going to start working on that next summer. That's still about 7 or 8 months away, but space whiskey is the next whiskey project after our Boomtown Bourbon gets completed. Actually, it may not be summertime for the space whiskey. It may be closer to spring of 2024 when we start the space mission. It may be summer 2023. It depends on how financing looks when it comes for all that. Who else do we have? Mrs. Hopkins is in for trivia. Mrs. Hopkins. Do we have Lazy Nate? Did I see Lazy Nate? Mrs. Hopkins, Lazy Nate. There's Lazy Nate. All right. I'm even going to pull out a ruler here. Check me out. A ruler. I'm going to draw lines like a damn boss. Lisa would be proud. Actually, I don't think Lisa does straight lines. I don't think she's a big fan of straight lines. I think she's more of the wavy calligraphy type of lines. And these aren't exactly straight, but they do the trick. Okay, so I have my one. I'm going to have my different rounds. 1, 2, 3. And of course, round 5 is worth double. 4 and 5. And then total. All right, who else is in? Is Vanessa Kitty in for trivia? I'm going to put down Vanessa Kitty for trivia. And I'm also going to put down sunflowers. And now there's no monetary prizes in this particular round iteration of trivia. It is for pride and joy and the love of competition, if you will. Bragging rights. You will, of course, be the returning champion, which is, I believe, Barbarella from last week, who is the returning champion. I don't have my nose in front of me. Y'all get to claim who your returning champion was. It's fine. But those are I think I started the rules. I don't think I finished the rules. Put all of your answers to all 9 questions in one single comment line, and separate them with a number. Answer 2, answer 3, answer. That way, just like that I put down in comments, where are they at? Over here. Just like that I put down in the comments, so you can see first answer, second answer, third answer, etc., etc., etc. If you don't know the answer to a question, put the number and skip it. That way we can kind of keep everything tracked and organized. And then finally, proper names, first and last name, unless it is a commonly accepted one-name person like Gandhi or Cher or Madonna. I am the final arbiter of whether or not the answers are correct. There's only 6 people, so it shouldn't be that bad. As long as y'all aren't putting a string of answers up on the board, I should be able to do this, and we should be able to keep it pretty solid. Are we ready for trivia? And I'll ask every question twice. I'll ask each question twice. We'll go down the list. I am wearing shoes tonight. That doesn't matter to y'all, but that is a change of culture and custom for me. Because normally when we do these shows, I am not wearing shoes. But today I'm wearing shoes. So there's that. Let's see here. What else is there? Final round is double. Names are first and last names less universally accepted as a single name. And you know if it's universally accepted as a single name. Do not give me Roosevelt for president's name because there's 2 different Roosevelts. But you know, I'll take Washington as the name. You know, the first president of the United States, Washington. That's acceptable. Now, this comedian shares the name of a president. I won't take Washington. It has to be Booker T. Washington. But that's not going to be a question. Probably. I don't know. The theme round is classic video games. Classic video games. If we're ready to start the party, give me a hell yeah from the congregation, and we will get cracking. I'll draw a line right there. There needs to be a line, but that's not a straight line. It's kind of wavy. That's fine. All right. And Bimbo Barbarella, I'm going to ask you to help me tally up the points for each individual as they post. I will read off the answers, and then you'll post up the answers. I'll read them off, and then Barbarella and me, we will tally up the point. Y'all can self-report your points too. In fact, that's probably a better plan. There's like 6 of you. Self-report your points. Bimbo, you can help me audit them and make sure that they're being honest. Everybody doesn't get 9 points. I mean, I'm no better than that. I know how many points people usually get. You get between 3 and 6 for most rounds. So self-report your points. Bimbo, you help me. Help you. Okay. We'll audit the answers for people who post them up. We got a hell yeah from the congregation. Time to start round 1. Get your answering fingers ready to go. Let's go. I'm going to move the light down a little bit. That's in the camera lens. We don't want that. Move you over here. That better? That works. Okay. Round 1, question 1. This page is unnecessary. Round 1, question 1. General knowledge. General knowledge. Which candy invites you to taste the rainbow? Which candy invites you to taste the rainbow? And as a reminder, all answers in a single comment line separated by the number. That would be 1. This candy invites you to taste the rainbow. Number 2. What are Jean Grey, Angel, Beast, and Iceman, among many others collectively known as? What are Jean Grey, Angel, Beast, and Iceman, among many others collectively known as? Number 3. What star sign is someone if they were born on April Fool's Day? What star sign is someone if they were born on April Fool's Day? Number 4. What is the minimum age to become a U.S. president? What is the minimum age to become a U.S. president? Number 5. In the nursery rhyme, who cut off the tails of the 3 blind mice? In the nursery rhyme, who cut off the tails of the 3 blind mice? Number 6. The Suez Canal connects the Mediterranean Sea to which other sea? The Suez Canal connects the Mediterranean Sea to which other sea? Number 7. What is the largest moon on the planet Saturn? I guess around the planet Saturn. What is the largest moon around the planet Saturn? Number 8. Is vlog is Viognier a red or white wine? Is Viognier a red or white wine? And finally, number 9, in 1774, what city was the first capital of the United States? In 1774, what city was the first capital of the United States? All right, I will give y'all 45 seconds to finish answering your questions. I did not leave time intentionally for y'all to look up the answers. If you know them, you know them. If you don't know them, you don't know them. Just put the answers. If you don't know it, skip it and move on to the next one. 9 answers. At least one of them had a 50-50 chance of being right. So you had a pretty good chance of guessing on that. Let's see here. I've got Bimbo Barbarella, Vanessa Kitty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bimbo Barbarella, Vanessa Kitty, Mrs. Hopkins, Lazy Nate. Sunflowers is back. You missed round 1, Sunflowers. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That Sunflowers and Magnet Mission are still out. Sunflowers is not going to be posting an answer because you were out for the first round, but that's okay. Magnet Mission is driving, may not have an opportunity to answer, and that is fine. That is 1 minute. We are done. Time for the answers. Answers for round 1. Internet issues. I get that. Which candy invites you to taste the rainbow? That is Skittles. Safety Doc was not in. But, I mean, if he's here, he can answer. But I don't think he's in. No worries. Number 1 is Skittles. Number 1 is Skittles. I'm going to move this up so that I don't lose track of them. Number 2 is X-Men. Jean Grey, Angel, Beast, and Iceman are the X-Men. The star sign for April 1st is Aries. A-R-I-E-S, Aries, which I think is a bull. The constitutional minimum age to become a U.S. president is 35 years of age. 35 years. The person who cut off the tails of the 3 blind mice. Number 5 is Farmer's Wife. Number 5, Farmer's Wife. Number 6, the Suez Canal connects the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. That would be Red Sea is the answer to number 6. Number 7, the largest moon in the Saturnian system is Titan. Titan is the answer to number 7. Viognier is a white wine. That is white wine. And in 1774, Philadelphia was the capital of the United States of America. That is Philadelphia. And let's see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for Bimbo Barbarella. Vanessa Kitty has Kittles. I think that's supposed to be Skittles. I'll take it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for Vanessa Kitty. Mrs. Hopkins, 1, 2. Cat. What the hell? Number 5? Oh, no. Skittle. 1, 2. You got 2, Mrs. Hopkins. And then finally, Lazy Nate got 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy shit. 5, 6, 7. Lazy Nate cleans house with 7 in the first round. Now let's see if y'all self-reported. Vanessa Kitty, did you self-report well? 4. You said 5. What did I miss, Vanessa? Skittles, Red Sea. Oh, the mom. I see the mom. That was the farmer's wife. No, the farmer. I can't take the mom. It had to be the farmer's wife, not the mom. 3 blind mice. 3 blind mice. The other ends. Going after the farmer's wife who cut off their tails with a farmer's or a carving knife. Have you ever seen such a startling sight as 3 blind mice? It specifically says the farmer's wife, not the mom. Sorry, you don't get it. Red Sea. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's 4. Okay, we're good. This is going to work. This is going to work. This is going to work. Guys, calm down. Calm down, okay? This is going to work. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Subscribe to the channel. 871. We'll probably do a tournament of champions. Lazy Nate, you said 6. I counted 7. Nate. Let me double check. Skittles, X-Men, Aries, 35. Farmer's Wife, White Wine, Philadelphia. You got 7. Okay, look, if y'all are going to self-report, at least self-report the right answer, the right number. I mean, don't be cheating yourselves. Of course, I'm a firm believer that 1 is not going to. Mrs. Hopkins, you are correct, Miss Hopkins. You got to. That 1 point, one way or the other, is not going to make a big difference. So, you know, when I stand up on principle, like I cannot accept Canada when the answer is Ontario. Yeah, I cannot accept the United States when the answer is Montana. You know, when I stand up on principle and say this is the answer that only going to accept, I can't accept alternatives. Just mostly on principle, you know, because I have pathologies, a psychosis in my brain. Okay, so let's move on to round 2, shall we? Yeah, you're right. You're right, Sunflowers. Lazy Nate won that round because you didn't play. You would have wiped the floor with him, no doubt. But remember, the final round is worth double. Let's move on to round 2. Round 2. This is the special round, classic video games. Classic video games. See, the other reason why I don't want y'all to post a bunch of answers all at once, of course, I can't keep track of them. But also, they can cheat. They can see your answers and copy your answer. All they got to do is wait until the end. Of course, I guess they could do that now. They could like literally copy and paste your answers onto. Oh, I just gave away. Like y'all could wait for Lazy Nate to answer and then just copy his answers and put them down. But that's why I have the timer for 45 seconds. At the end of 45 seconds, we move on. Anyway, let's go. Round 2, classic video games. Question number 1. Oh, I love this game. In the video game Joust, the player rides on which animal? In the video game Joust, the player rides on which animal? I had a sneeze coming that turned into a yawn. Number 2, what classic novel does Super Mario Brothers take the effects of their red and white magic mushrooms that make them grow in the video games? What classic novel does Super Mario Brothers take the effects of the red and white magic mushrooms that make them grow in the video game? Number 3. Which movie action star inspired the Mortal Kombat series? Which movie action star inspired the Mortal Kombat series? Number 4. What color is Cubert? Number 4. What color is Cubert? Number 5. Mrs. Pac-Man's bow is pink. True or false? Mrs. Pac-Man's bow is pink. True or false? Number 6. 50-50 chance of getting that one right. Number 6. Mario is known for his Super Gaming series, but what game did he originally appear in? Number 6. What game did Mario originally appear in? Number 7. Who is the hero in Legend of Zelda? Who is the hero in The Legend of Zelda? Number 8. In the classic video game Gauntlet, how many different characters could you choose from? In the classic video game Gauntlet, how many characters could a player choose from? And finally, number 9. The names of the ghosts in Pac-Man are Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and what? 3. What was the 4th ghost's name in Pac-Man? Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and what? Spoiler alert, the answer is not what. Ha 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 ha. I'm so funny. All right. Clock is running. I'm actually going to give you a full minute because I'm nice. Sunflowers is in first with the answers. We have 1, 2, Sunflowers, Vanessa Kitty, Lazy Nate, Mrs. Hopkins. 1, 2, 3, 4. What do we have? 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6. Magnet Mission may not be posting answers because he's driving, and that makes it really hard to type things on a phone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 35 seconds. I'm going to give another 20 seconds, give Magnet Mission a chance to answer. But I think we'll be okay. I think he's here for the entertainment. I hope he's here for the entertainment. All right, we're good. That is a minute. Answers to the round 2. Your answers are in. Here come the answers to the questions. Number 1, in the video game Joust, you ride an ostrich or a stork. Ostrich or stork. Either one of those answers is acceptable. Number 2, Super Mario Brothers take the effects of the red and white magic mushroom from Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland is the answer to number 2. Number 3, Jean-Claude Van Damme inspired the Mortal Kombat series. And that is definitely a name that you cannot just one name it. Dude has 4 names, and even if you just one name him, it's still 2. You can go with Van Damme. I think I would take Van Damme, but Jean-Claude Van Damme is the full name. The color of Cubert, orange. Orange is the color of Cubert. Number 5. Number 5 is false. Mrs. Pac-Man's bow is red, not pink, red. Mrs. Pac-Man's bow is red. Number 5 is false. Number 6, Mario first appeared in Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong was Mario's first appearance. I lost where I was reading. The hero of Legend of Zelda is Link. Link is the hero of Legend of Zelda. In the classic video game Gauntlet, you can choose from 4 characters. 4. That is the answer to number 8. And finally, number 9. The name of the Ghost and Pac-Man Inky, Pinky, Blinky are the 3 they gave you. The 4th one is named Clyde. Clyde is the name of the 4th ghost in Pac-Man. Let's count the answers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Sunflowers. Let's see, are y'all self-reporting? Vanessa Kitty says 4. Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4. You are correct, Vanessa Kitty. 4. I have trust issues. Don't mind me. Alice in Wonderland, Jean-Claude Van Damme, Orange. True was no, it was false, not true. Donkey Kong Link. That's 5 for Lazy Nate. 5 for Lazy Nate. Tell you what, y'all just correct me if I'm wrong. I'll take Van Damme. Yellow is wrong. True is wrong. Donkey Kong, Van Damme, Donkey Kong, Link, and Clyde. Oh, I forgot to check the answer. The answer for number 8 is 4. Did I give you that one, Lazy Nate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lazy Nate got. Oh, I did give you that. Wait, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lazy Nate got 6. I have an eraser, and I'm just like scratching out the number 5. There you go. You got 6. Sorry about that. Sunflowers. Did I do the same thing to you? No, I did not. Okay. Where are we at? Mrs. Hopkins. Okay, we got Van Damme, 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Van Damme, Donkey Kong, Link, Clyde. You got 4, 4 for Mrs. Hopkins. And then Bimbo Barbarella got Ostrich, Alice, False, Donkey Kong, Link. You got 5 for Bimbo Barbarella. Consistency, there's that. Wait, did you change an answer in the second set? What did you do? Ostrich, Alice in Wonderland, False, Donkey Kong, Link. Okay, yeah, got it. Okay, so we've got Lazy Nate coming in with 6. Mrs. Hopkins with 4. Correct, correct. All right, we got it. Good. Okay, so at the end of 2 rounds, I'm holding this shit together. I'm proud of myself. At the end of 2 rounds, we have Bimbo Barbarella with 10. We have Mrs. Hopkins with 6. We have Lazy Nate with 13. And we have Vanessa Kitty with 8. And Sunflowers with 6. Awesome. I got this shit down. I got it. I think I got a handle on this. I've got a nice, cool little scorecard that I'm working with. That looks suspiciously like a bowling scorecard. See, I got my shit together. Look at that. Look, see, I think I got this. Lisa's not on a date. Lisa is working. She's doing some legal shit. I don't know. She's doing some law stuff. Just doing, lawyer shit. Whatever. Bad bitch stuff. All right, that page is gone. And now we move on to what would be round 4, but is now round 3. Bimbo is rocking it. Thank you, Bimbo, for being my backup. I appreciate it. Yeah, I bet typing on a phone. Doing this on a phone would suck, but I don't know any better way to do it. I don't know of a better methodology than putting all of the comments in a single field. I guess I can slow down a little bit to make sure you have enough time to type with your thumbs. But I think we're at the point in our development as a species that we know how to do that pretty well. Okay, round 3, sports. Sports is round 3. And we're off. Round 3, sports. Which athlete's nickname was the Georgia Peach? None of y'all are going to get this except for Lazy Nate. Lazy Nate's going to clean up in this round. Which athlete's nickname was the Georgia Peach? Number 2, including the bowler and the wicket keeper, how many fielders are on a cricket field at one time? I could do that. Extra seconds, especially in between, like when I'm asking the question. Including a bowler and a wicket keeper, how many fielders are on a cricket field at once? Number 3, who won a record 9th Wimbledon singles title in 1990? Who won a record 9th Wimbledon singles title in 1990? Number 4. And see, a lot of these, if you know them, you know them. If you don't know them, you're not going to come up with it, and you're not going to be able to go back to number 3 and answer whoever that person was. If you know it, you know it. If you don't know it, you don't know it. That's just how it is. Number 4, what college did Karl Malone play basketball? What college did Karl Malone play basketball? For what college? Number 5, how often is the Ryder Cup held? How often is the Ryder Cup held? That's the Ryder Cup. How often is it held? Number 6, in 1988, what female tennis superstar won the tennis Grand Slam and Olympic gold? In 1988, what female tennis superstar won the tennis Grand Slam and Olympic gold? That was a big damn deal, quite honestly. Number 7, in which sport did Andy Thompson become a world champion? Also, who's Andy Thompson? In what sport did Andy Thompson become a world champion? Number 8, what teams played in the first All-California Super Bowl? And this is a group answer. If you answer them both, you get the point. If you do not, you do not get the point. What teams played in the All California Super Bowl? Pretty easy to narrow it down to just like 4 teams. Number 9, the final answer, final question. Which 5 people have been inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame as both a player and a coach? And this one's worth 5 points. You get a point for each one you get correct. Which 5 people have been inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame as both a player and a coach? All right. I'm going to give it 45 seconds for Lazy Nate to put in his answers. Because I think that Lazy Nate probably knows probably 5 of these. That's my hunch. Let's see. Vanessa Kitty's got her answers in. 5. Macrano every 4 years. Gene Happy Gilmore, Andre Agassi every decade. Martina Navratilova. And hockey number 6 was Martina. Good answer. Good guess. Some fuzzy dude, Monica Seles. Who the every 2 years? Every 2 years. That's number 5. Every 2 years. Not a Williams sister. That's technically correct. Fishing Raiders and 49ers. I asked it before and you still don't know. All right. Lazy Nate's got his answers in. I think we can end this round. Of the rest of you, you got one answer correct. And that is sunflowers got every 2 years. She got number 5 correct. So you got 1 point, sunflowers. You got 1. All right. Oh, Bimbo Barbarella. Sorry about that. Okay, so Lazy Nate. Let's go with the answers now. Which athlete's nickname was the Georgia Peach? Number 1. Is that everybody? I'm sorry. I'm just jumping ahead. I assume that's everybody. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the 7. Who are we missing? Magnet Mission. There's Vanessa Hopkins. Vanessa Hopkins, Sunflowers, Nate, Bimbo. That's 5. Vanessa. Oh, out of the 6. Yeah, so that's the 1. Okay. Here are your answers. Number 1, Ty Cobb. It was the Georgia Peach. Ty Cobb. The bowler and the wicketkeeper. The number of fielders on a cricket field is 11. 11 is the answer to number 2. Number 3, who won the 9th Wimbledon? Who won a record 9th Wimbledon singles title? Martina Navratilova. That is number 3. Is Martina Navratilova. Who answered Martina Navratilova in a different? There it is, Mrs. Hopkins. You answered Martina Navratilova, but the answer to that question was Steffi Graf. What college did Karl Malone play basketball? Louisiana Tech. La Tech Ragin' Cajuns was Karl Malone. Karl Malone was La Tech. The Ryder Cup is every 2 years. That is number 5, every 2 years. In 1988, Steffi Graf was the greatest female tennis superstar in the history of the universe. Tennis Grand Slam and Olympic gold. Top of her sport. Steffi Graf. Andy Thompson was a world champion bowler, and on number 7, that is bowling. Number 8, we are looking at the 49ers and the Chargers. 49ers and Chargers, very good. And then the 5 people who are coaches and players in the Basketball Hall of Fame, we have John Wooden, Bill Sharman, Lenny Wilkins, Tom Heinsohn, and Bill Russell. You got none of them, Nate. None of those 5. But let's tally up the answers. We've got nope, not the Raiders and 49ers. I know Sunflowers got 1. Let's count Nate and Bimbo Barbarella. Lazy Nate got 1. 1. Ty Cobb. 2. Martina Navratilova. 3. Louisiana Tech, 4. Every 2 years, 5. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 6. Chargers versus Niners. You got 6. I was guessing 5. You got 6. Good job. And Bimbo Barbarella got 1. Missed on number 2 by just 1. 1. Close. No. San Diego and San Francisco. That is correct. 2. All right. And you didn't get any. You got 2. Bimbo Barbarella got 2. So I was close. That is 12 for Bimbo Barbarella. Mrs. Hopkins got a goose egg on that one. Is that correct? Every decade, Martina Hopkins. Yep. A big fat nothing. Vanessa got a big fat nothing. Nate carries forward 19 points, and Sunflowers has 7. Nate is expanding his. Well, no, Nate, you're. I mean, you expanded a little bit, but at the end of 3 rounds, we have Lazy Nate with 19, Bimbo Barbarella with 12. And there's a dogfight for 3rd place between Mrs. Hopkins, Vanessa Kitty, and Sunflowers, with Mrs. Hopkins having 6, Vanessa Kitty having 8, and Sunflowers having 7. So there we go. We've got the field is dividing between 1st and 2nd and 3rd and the rest. But the final round is worth double the points. So basically all the other rounds just do not matter. They just don't matter. Nate's getting it. Now's a really good time to refresh your drinks. I'm going to sit back, have a little sip. I'll sit back, have my own little sip. Should I color my beard darker? Get the gray out? Go with a darker beard? I think I should. Not black, but like just brown. Match my my hair. All are correct scores. Thank you, Bimbo. You want a margarita? Classic margarita or modern margarita? Because a modern margarita, I think, arguably is a better drink. Go with the blue beard. Dye the whole thing blue. No. Absolutely not. Oh, God. Just the thought of having that dye back in my beard just gives me the creepies. Ugh. Okay. We'll wait for Nate to say he's back from getting his beer run. Everybody else, freshen up your... Oh, the eyebrows, too? I have nice eyebrows, though. Those are good. I like my eyebrows. They're not too bushy. They're not too thin. Make the beard pink for Halloween? I don't know. Maybe I should go pirate for Halloween and be Bluebeard the pirate. Yeah, I could do that. Actually do the Bluebeard. Okay. Are we ready? We're ready. Lazy Nate's back. It's time for the 3rd... Where are we at? 4th round. 4th round. The penultimate round of the game. 4th round. Should I make the 4th round double and the 5th round triple? That'd be exciting. Let's shake things up a little bit. Should I do that? Should I go double points in the 4th round? Double points in the 4th round, triple points in the 5th round? Ooh. Then that really means the rest of the game means nothing. No, we won't do that. We'll go double. We'll go regular 4th, double 5th. Okay. Let's go round 4. History, culture, and geography. Let's go. Number 1. What color is Lala from the Teletubbies? What color is Lala from the Teletubbies? Number 2. From which European country did Algeria gain independence in 1962? From which European country did Algeria gain independence in 1962? Number 3. In the novel Gulliver's Travels, what is the name of the land of the giants? Ah, a little bit of a twist. We know the other one. We don't know. This one isn't the most popular of the two. In the novel Gulliver's Travels, what is the name of the land of the giants? Number 4. Orly, Orly, Airport is situated in which European city? Orly, Airport is situated in which European city? Do. Which color is the middle stripe of the national flag of Thailand? Which color is the middle stripe of the national flag of Thailand? Number 6. What sort of log is left burning in the fireplace over the Christmas period? What sort of log is left burning in the fireplace over the Christmas period? Number 7. What is the holiest day of the Jewish calendar that translates into English as the Day of Atonement? What is the holiest day of the Jewish calendar that translates into English as the Day of Atonement? Number 8. Port-au-Prince is the capital of which Caribbean republic? Port-au-Prince is the capital of which Caribbean republic? Who, number 9, finally, number 9, the last one, who had a 1980s number 1 hit with The Tide is High? Who had a 1980s number 1 hit with The Tide is High? All right. Start the clock. Get your answers in. I asked these questions really slow, so y'all should definitely have had time to answer them. Not enough time to look them up, but definitely enough time to answer. Trying to make it easy for you folks with the cell phones who are typing with your thumbs. So there we go. 5. Yeah. Wow, Mrs. Hopkins. Well, if you answer the questions, Miss Hopkins, you answer them right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh. Sometimes. I mean, sometimes you don't. uh, but we're ready to answer the questions, to provide the answers. We've got Miss Hopkins. We're missing 2. We got Lacey Nate. Who are we missing? We're missing Vanessa Kitty and Sunflowers. Answer now or forever hold your peace. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 for Lazy Nate is what it looks like. All right, answers coming. Here we go. Which color is Lala on the Teletubbies? That is yellow. Lala is yellow. Number 1 is yellow. Number 2, Algeria gained independence from France. It is France. Number 2 is France. Sunflowers comes in with a point. Number 3, the land of the giants is Brobdingnag. 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 Number 4, Orly is situated in Paris, France. Number 4 is Paris. Number 5 is blue. The middle stripe of the national flag of Thailand is blue. No worries, Vanessa. I see your answers. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 4 questions right. No worries. Where was I? Number 6, the sort of log left burning in the fireplace over Christmas is the Yule log. Yule, Y-U-L-E, Yule, as in Yule Brenner or Yule time. What is the holiest day of the Jewish calendar? Number 7, Yom Kippur. Number 7 is Yom Kippur. Number 8, Port-au-Prince is the capital of Haiti. Port-au-Prince is the capital of Haiti. And finally, Blondie had a number 1 hit in the 1980s with The Tide is High. Number 9 is Blondie. Blondie. So I've got 7 points for Bimbo Barbarella, 5 points for Mrs. Hopkins, 6 points for Nate, 4 points for Vanessa, and 1 point for Sunflowers. Check my work, make sure I'm right. 1, because this was 1. 2, number 4 was France. Is that correct? Yeah. No, sir. I take that back. Number 4 is Paris, not France. You have 1, 2 for Nate. I miscounted for Nate. Hold on. I need to double check. I screwed myself up here. We got yellow, correct. Blue is number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Miss Hopkins. Is that correct? Yes, 5 for Miss Hopkins. Yellow, France, Paris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Bimbo. Did I get that right? Yes, I did. Lazy Nate. 1, 2. Number 5 is blue, right? Yes. 1. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for Lazy Nate. 5. I have an eraser. This is awesome. 5 for Lazy Nate. Blondie is the one that Sunflowers answered correctly. Yellow, Paris. Nope, that's blue. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Vanessa Kitty. 4 is for Vanessa Kitty. Okay, we good? We good, right? We good. Nice try, Nate. Thank you, Barbarella. Y'all got me. We got each other's back. We're good. We're good. We good, homie. We good. We good, homie. Okay, so let's tally up the score going into the final round. We have 19 for Bimbo Barbarella. We have 11 for Mrs. Hopkins. We have 24 for Lazy Nate. We have 12 for Vanessa Kitty and 8 for Sunflowers. So the race at the top is tight. The race for third place is tight. We have 5 points separating first and second place. We have 1 point separating third and fourth. 3 points separating fourth and fifth. So this is a tight damn race, kids. Actually, I think I've asked every single one of these questions before because I'm reusing an old list of questions. I didn't think anybody would notice. I did not think anyone would notice. Because this was from like March, I think, or maybe it was May that I was using these. I can't remember. This might have been the first week that we used the trivia. So if you can remember all the way back to the beginning of, maybe it was April. I can't remember. It might have been June. I don't know when this was. But yeah, I am. Well, and some of these questions do get reused multiple times in the process of the questions. I've seen them come up like 2 or 3 times over the course of the 3 months. But there you go. Round 5 coming up. We take this break for a moment for our sponsors. Our sponsors for tonight's show are the Old Humble Distilling Company. The Old Humble Distilling Company, makers of fine whiskey, and the official whiskey of fall. best around campfires, cookouts, campfires, bonfires, and specifically designed for good stories and great friends. Get a bottle of yours today. Old Humble Distilling Company's delicious craft whiskeys, the official whiskey of fall. All right, make your own questions for next time. Making my own questions is that's tricky because I like the trivia that I know is obscure as shit, and it's hard to. There's a balance when you do trivia questions. They have to be obscure enough to be like true trivia, but not so obscure that nobody knows them. You know, like if it's Harry Potter trivia and it's like, how many freckles does Hermione have on her left cheek? Like nobody fucking knows that unless you looked it up. That's a that's one of those stupid like, did you know in blah 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 Hermione's freckles changed from 6 to 8 and like nobody that's not trivia. That's that's Easter egg shit for true believers and YouTubers. Um, that's secret crap that the director puts in so the director can stay amused. Anyway, round five. Round five. And this round is worth double the points, so it is truly, truly everyone's game because there is less than 18 points between first and last place. General knowledge. General knowledge. Round five. General knowledge. Here we go. What is the first name of the giraffe mascot from Toys R Us? What is the first name of the giraffe mascot for Toys R Us? Number two, AD is an abbreviation of what Latin phrase? AD, as in 2022 AD, is an abbreviation of what Latin phrase? Number three, in The Simpsons, which character shot Mr. Burns? In The Simpsons, which character shot Mr. Burns? That was a great episode, too. Two-part episode. Number four, which author set his most famous book in the year AD 802,701? Which author set his most famous book in the year AD 802701? Number five, which U.S. city was named for a British Prime Minister? Pittsburgh, Boston, Portland, or Albuquerque? Which U.S. city was named for a British Prime Minister? Pittsburgh, Boston, Portland, or Albuquerque? Number six, the BCG is a vaccine against which disease? The BCG is a vaccine against which disease? Number seven, the classic novel divides the human species of the far future into the Eloi and the Morlocks. Which classic novel divides the human species of the far future into the Eloi and the Morlocks? Number eight, who wrote The Count of Monte Cristo? Who wrote The Count of Monte Cristo? And finally, number nine. Excuse me. According to the proverb, what is the mother of invention? According to the proverb, what is the mother of invention? The timer starts now. I think y'all probably also remember me saying that the Monte Cristo was a great sandwich from Bennigan's. Great sandwich. If you like that sort of thing. I was not a big fan of the Monte Cristo myself. The Count of Monte Cristo was a pretty good movie. I liked it better when they redid it as Roxanne. Wait, that's not right. Was the Count of Monte Cristo was Roxanne? No. Roxanne was Hey Siri, what novel is Roxanne based on? Hey Siri, what novel is Roxanne based on? Based on the D.H. Lawrence novel. It's not the Count of Monte Cristo. What is that? Cyrano de Bergerac. That's what I'm thinking of. I mean, I know culture shit. That's been a minute. Y'all have had plenty of time to get your answers in. Let's go. Let's go. Number one, the mascot for Toys R Us was Jeffrey. Geoffrey. Jeffrey. AD is an abbreviation for Anno Domini. Anno Domini, as in the year of our Lord. That's number two. Anno Domini. Number three, Maggie killed Mr. Burns. Maggie, the baby. Number four, which author said his famous book in AD 802-701? H.G. Wells. That novel happens to be The Time Machine, which is the answer to another question. H.G. Wells, AD 802-701. The U.S. city name for a British prime minister? Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was named for a British prime minister. The BCG is a vaccine against tuberculosis. Tuberculosis, which is twice as good as one tuberculosis. The classic novel that splits the human species between the Eloi and the Morlocks is The Time Machine. The Time Machine. An Account of Monte Cristo was written by Alexandre Dumas, former Haitian slave that rose to the court in France. Alexandre Dumas. And finally, number 9, the mother of invention is necessity. Necessity is the mother of invention. So let's add up some tallywhackers here, kids. Jeffrey, Maggie, that is correct. Sunflowers got 2, although Sunflowers has more answers. Jeffrey, Maggie, that is correct. Pittsburgh, tuberculosis, Dumas, and necessity. So that is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Sunflowers. And I will accept Dumas because there are no other authors named Dumas. That's pretty clear. Dumas is the author of that book, Count of Monte Cristo. Vanessa Kitty gets Anno Domini. The sister, no, that is not that. The sister is not acceptable because there are 2 sisters, Maggie and Lisa. Nice try though. Frank Hebert, no. Albuquerque, nope. Whoopie Cough, nope. Time Machine, yep. Vanessa Kitty gets 2. Vanessa Kitty gets 2 for that. Mrs. Hopkins gets 1 for Jeffrey, 2 for Maggie, 3 for Pittsburgh, and 4 for Necessity. That is Mrs. Hopkins, right? Yes. That is 4 for Mrs. Hopkins. Lazy Nate gets Jeffrey, Anno Domini, Maggie, and Alexander Dumas. That is 4 for Lazy Nate. And then finally, Bimbo Barbarella comes in with Jeffrey, not After Death, Maggie, H.G. Come on. Jeffrey, Maggie, H.G. Wells, The Time Machine, Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention. No, nice try though. That's 4 for Bimbo Barbarella. Now we double these points. That's 12. That's 4. That's 8. That's 8. And that's 8. And then we add to these numbers here. Oh, I'm mathing. Hold on. Then we got that one, which is that. Then we got that one, which is that. And this is exciting. This is exciting. All right. We have a final total here. And you remember I said it was anyone's race in this final round because the points were double and the rest of the competition meant nothing. We have an exciting shakeup in the tally board. So the fourth round finished with Lazy Nate sitting on top with 24 points, Bimbo Barbarella right behind it with 19 points. We had Vanessa Kitty with 12, Mrs. Hopkins with 11, and Sunflowers with 8. At the end of the game, Lazy Nate held on to his lead. 32 points was his final tally for first place, and Bimbo Barbarella right behind, 5 points behind, with 27. So first and second place stayed steady. Third place, however, we went from basement to third place. Someone snatched the bronze out of the hands of the holders with Sunflowers coming from behind from 8 points, racing up to 20 points with the final round. Sunflowers grabs third place with Vanessa, with Mrs. Hopkins grabbing 19 and Vanessa Kitty getting 16. So first place, Lazy Nate. Second place, Bimbo Barbarella. Third place, Sunflowers. That is your leaderboard. Fourth place, Mrs. Hopkins. Fifth place, Vanessa Kitty. Congratulations, guys. Give yourselves a big hand. Y'all did great. Y'all did fantastic. Y'all are awesome. You deserve the love and respect that you get from the MC. You didn't win, Sunflowers, but you did get third place. You didn't lose. You didn't. Everybody's a winner in this game. We did have our sacrificial fifth place, or our sacrificial sixth place. Magnet Mission, who was kind enough to join us for the game, but also kind enough to not answer any questions, so that everybody else could be on the leaderboard. Just Josh and you did great. I really do appreciate you coming in. Holy Jiminy! Oh, okay. Yeah, I do. I really do appreciate you coming in and joining us for the game. So yeah, there you go. That was I was not expecting that when I was tallying up the points. That was kind of cool. The final round, Sunflowers got 6 correct for 12 points. Vanessa got 2 correct for 4 points. And everybody else got 4 correct for 8 points. So there was no movement as far as first and second place because you tied the last round. You were 5 points apart and you finished 5 points apart. So there was no movement between first and second place. And Vanessa just got out. She got out, or who was that? Mrs. Hopkins, rather. You just got dunked on by Sunflowers. She was 3 points behind you, and she grabbed an extra 4 points and just edged you out by that much. So there you go. That was exciting. That was surprisingly exciting. I don't normally expect trivia to be exciting, but there you go. It was exciting. And look, during the game, we got another subscriber. It went up to 872. In fact, you know what I really like doing? I like hitting this and doing the refresh button. Watch this. I like doing that. That's fun. It looks neat. 99% sure where what I miss. Y'all did great. Y'all did really good. See, I don't even need Lisa. I don't even need Lisa joining me for these. I got it. She can go do her lawyer stuff. Do her lawyer thing. I'm gonna ask my wife if we have a fire extinguisher again, because that's funny. That makes me laugh. Uh, Do we have a gong? I'm going to ask her if we have a gong. Do we have a gong? What I said, do we have a gong? Uh, she may open the door and tell me no. Like, what the hell do you want a gong for? Um, you had Sunflower at 19. She had 1 point in the previous round. She got 1 point in the previous round. She came in with one answer in the previous round that moved her up. Moved her up a point. The answer was, I can find it right up here. She slipped in with Blondie. There it is. She had 1 point. She had 611. And that was the 1 point from the previous round that pushed her up to 8 points. And then 8 plus 12 is 20. She said no. Just simply all lowercase no. Can we get one? I'm going to ask if we can get one. Can we get one? Do we have a gong? No. Can we get one? Here it comes. No. For science. I'm going to say for science. For science. She says, no, it's too big. You can't even see that. No, it's too big. No, they're too big. I said, for science. No. She didn't let me have any fun. Um, uh, Goddamn Bacon has just joined the party. Bacon, you missed the most exciting finish of a trivia game that we've ever played in the history of trivia. So here's how it went. It started off with 4 players, with the difference between first and last place of 5 points. 7, 7, 5, 4, and 2. And then we went into the second round, and it started to separate a little bit, but it was still pretty tight, with 13, 10, 8, and then a new player joins, and it was tied for 6 in 5th place. And then third and fourth round, we had last place having 8 points, next being 11, 12, and then first and second place was separated by 5 points, 24 and 19. And then finally, in that last round, of course, the double the points. The last round, we had last place jump up from last 5th to 3rd to take the bronze medal, so to speak, and grab 20 points. That was Sunflowers, and then first and everywhere else it was boring and not really fun. But we were very appreciative that Miss Hopkins took time out of her busy schedule of sitting by the pool at her resort and harassing the Cabana Boys to play trivia with us. Thank you, Mrs. Hopkins. And Bimbo Barbarella came in from being just fabulous and amazing and rocking out with her band to join us for trivia, and I absolutely appreciate that. And Sunflowers came in from the pastures and the fields, and the painting that she does. I think paintings and stuff, and came in to join us for trivia, and I thank you for that. And Lazy Nate came in from the back patio where he sits and drinks his natty lights and smokes his cigarettes, or not cigarettes, smoke your cigars and drink your natty lights. And you came in from the back patio. Your very exciting evenings of watching the bug zapper take care of the local wildlife, and you came in to play trivia, and I appreciate that. And we even had somebody who was on the road listening in. Magnet Mission joined us from where they were, and of course, I don't want to forget Vanessa Kitty, who stretched off of the top of her scratching post and meandered down to the floor, stopped for just a second to scratch that spot right on her back on the edge of the couch, and bother to join us humans in our dumb little recreation of trivia. Thank you, Vanessa Kitty, for joining us as well. Uh, but it just wasn't the same without you, Bacon, because I mean, even though we had one person not give any answers at all because they were on the road and they probably had a dead spot and they couldn't really answer, it's just not nearly as entertaining when you actually have somebody participating and just giving the wrong answers every single time and coming in with a big fat goose egg for 5 straight rounds. Ah, but that's just how it goes. Um, So an actual competitive game with one person not squarely in last place for the entire game. That's exactly how it went. We had one person squarely in last place until the very end of the game, and then Sunflowers jumped up and tore it up in that last round. Just and really, she just outplayed the other two basement dwellers. And really only by two questions. She got 6 and everybody else got 4. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes sometimes. That's just how it goes. Let's see here. I'm going to scroll up and make sure I didn't miss much in chat. But okay. You do, yeah, Nate. You do know exactly who Sunflowers is. Uh, you can be 99%. You can be 100% sure that our fine antlered friend from Illinois is planted herself nicely in a sunflower patch. Yeah, obscure enough for you there, Christina? um, as lazy if you knew me. What I missed, there's the introduction of Bacon to the party. Yay, Bacon. Been kicking ass usual. Lots of music stuff. Lost what time, come by, da 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 da. I'm like the Ric Flair of Old Humble trivia. Ric Flair was great. I miss Ric Flair. He's old now. I think he might even be dead. Anyway, won the first 2 special bottles, but I'm not a blue person. I'm a blue bottle to bump. God. Um, Ice House, actual competitive game. Yeah, see, I'm I'm sticking with the whole mythic Mrs. Hopkins thing that you are literally in a Caribbean resort right now, possibly even on a cruise ship, and you're just joining us from poolside with your big floppy straw hat and your giant sunglasses, and wearing some kind of pink floral sarong thing with a I don't know green maybe a green bikini. That's what I'm thinking, or a green one piece with the like pink floral like sarong, the wrap. And you've of course got matching high heels because it's not just a swimming suit; it's a outfit, right? I'm sticking with this. I don't ever want to meet you in real life for fear of that not being true. I'm perfectly happy with this idea I have in my head that every place you go is just a beach. If you actually have a work meeting, you're just zooming in from the beach, or they come meet you at the beach, or the pool resort, or whatever it is. You're calling people up. You're like, I must travel this weekend, darling. I want to make sure that your establishment has a pool. I'm not going to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is in the north, where the north has snow. You must absolutely be in the Bahamas, or I am not coming. Oh, I'm kind of waspy New England kind of accent. Yeah, that's it. In my head, that's who you are. So just own it. Just be that. If we ever meet, that's how you have to be. You're on your way to the pool or on your way to the beach. If we ever meet, I don't care where we're at. If it's in Longview, Texas, you're on your way to the beach or the pool at the Best Western. You're coming in simply to meet me in the lobby, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm here, Mrs. Hopkins. It's great to see you." And you're like, "I'm on my way to the pool. It's nice to meet you. Glad you made it. I'll be over here." Not that you would be in, not that you, Mrs. Hopkins, not that you would be in Longview, Texas. For God's sakes, why would you condescend to Longview, Texas? Jesus Christ, if I want to meet you, you'd be in at least Corpus Christi or Padre Island or Destin or some kind of resorty type of place, not fucking Longview, Texas. Jesus Christ. But if you were in Longview, you would absolutely 100% be on your way to the pool, wherever we manage to run into each other in Longview. You would absolutely be on your way to the pool, without question. But just let me have that. Just let me have this character. Own it. Be that person. Please. I'm just please be that person. I don't know how you're gonna do it when we meet in real life, because we're if we meet, we're likely to accidentally meet. You'll be with all the other YouTuber people that we kind of whatever run with, and then I'll be like, whatever. She's just a normal person, and you'll be like, hang on one second, and you'll run upstairs and you'll come back down, and you'll be in your the green onesie with the floral thing and everything. You're Mrs. fucking Hopkins. You're Mrs. Hopkins. You're not just like Janet Hopkins or whatever. You're not just Hopkins. You're Mrs. Hopkins. I mean, there's a mystique there. There's absolutely a mystique. Let me have this. Let me have this one weird thing. It's the only weird thing that I do, by the way. It's the only weird thing that I have. the only weird thing in my brain. Anyway. You're never going to want to meet me. That's fine. All right. Where else we got? Let's keep rolling. Mike McClune has joined the party. Cheers, Mike. Welcome to the party. Bacon, sunflowers. How's the shop doing? That's right. Mike McClune joins me before he closes up shop. You can get a participation trophy, but I'm not buying it. You can go buy your own participation trophy and hold it up and say, I got a trophy for trivia at the Old Humble Distilling Company. Maybe that's what I'll like, get a bronze, silver, and gold trophy for trivia and just like etch names into it or whatever. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. No, I'm never going to do that. No. I'm never going to do that. You get your own trophy. That's fine. Get your own trophy. I'll sanction the trophy. You get your own trophy. That's fine. I did it when I got when I was getting my MBA. I got an A in my statistics class, and I told myself, like at the beginning of the class, I wrote down in my notebook, I'm going to get an A in this class. And then at the end of the year, I got the A, and I was very proud of myself for getting the fucking A, because I'd been a terrible student of statistics until I finally learned it, and I learned it in the MBA program. I learned it. I learned how it works, and I figured it out, and I understood it. And it's fascinating. It's great. I love it. I completely and totally enjoy the math and science that goes into statistics and statistical work. However, I kept saying, yeah, I got an A in statistics. I'm a full grown-ass adult, but it's not like you get a trophy for that. And I was like, wait a minute. Why don't you get a trophy? Why don't grown-ups get trophies anymore? We got trophies when we were kids for participating in kid sports, but we didn't get trophies for academic excellence. You get an A in statistics and you don't get a trophy for that? Bullshit. I went to the Western Wear store and I bought myself a big fucking belt buckle for a trophy for my goddamn statistics class. I was proud of that belt buckle. It was about the same size as that belt buckle. Not quite the size of a dinner plate, but but you know, definitely the size of a saucer for your coffee. I was very proud of that A. I bought myself a goddamn trophy. And then when I finally graduated, I got myself a belt buckle for. I didn't get a ring or a watch or anything like that. I got a belt buckle. Uh, so there you go. So there you go. Yeah, I mean, we should buy ourselves trophy for accomplishment, like for a real accomplishment for something you did. Like I broke my sales record in 2022. I'm getting myself a goddamn trophy. I'm doing it. You make yourself do that sort of stuff. Absolutely, without question. Get yourself a trophy. If you feel good about something, do it. Get a trophy. Go down to the trophy shop and tell them, say, I want a trophy, and this is what I have an accomplishment. This is my trophy. I want the trophy. It only costs you like $25. Do it. It's totally worth it. Totally worth it. Absolutely, without question. Um, I do absolutely, Bacon. That's one of the cool that's the whole mystique of Mrs. Hopkins, that she is sitting by the pool with her phone, which I assume was brought to her by one of the pool boys on a tray. Mrs. Hopkins, your phone. Uh, it's time to watch the Old Humble Guy. Would you? Here's your phone, and also your refreshing cocktail. Um, and I also assume that she requires all of the pool boys to be in speedos. I, I I just assume. Maybe not. Maybe she didn't require it. Maybe it's just a courtesy that the establishment gives her because of who she is. She's Mrs. fucking Hopkins, international woman of mystery. She's like the James Bond of YouTube peoples. She's Mrs. Hopkins. She's Mrs. Hopkins. Are you kidding me? She's Mrs. Hopkins. Who is that chick? Annie. What's her face? No. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking Anne Hathaway right now. But anyway, Mrs. H is definitely cool. She is definitely like the coolest, or one of the like top 10 coolest of my regulars, without question. I and I'm absolutely uh, a character from Clue. That is, you've nailed it. That's right. That's right. One of the characters was Mrs. Was it Mrs. Peacock? Oh, geez. I gotta, I gotta, I gotta get the Clue, the movie. Actually, no. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna pull it up here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go here, here, Clue. Mrs. White. I think that's who I'm thinking of. Mrs. White. Is that one of the characters from Clue? The 1985 film. Let's see if we can get. Uh, okay, I'm gonna go back to the previous screen here. Oh, uh, where's my video capture device? Nope, not gonna do it with that screen. Let's keep with this one. Okay, going to add a window capture. Can I do that? Uh, Chrome. Will that work? Yeah, that's the one. Clue. Boom. Shazam. Okay, let's make this fit the screen. Let's put it up here in the upper right hand corner. My right hand corner. Okay, let's get that up here. Let's look for. Come on, give me my that one. Okay, let's see what we can find. Uh, where are the characters? That's the maid. Probably not her. I'm so glad you thought of the characters from Clue. That's fantastic. It's going to take forever to load them. Her? No. Let's see which character from Clue is Mrs. Hopkins. Is this weird? Should I stop? You can tell me to stop and I'll stop. What would your trophy be for? Your trophy would be for participation. You're allowed a participation trophy. It's fine. You don't need my permission to do it. Do it. Um, you know, I'm I'm meeting you at Myrtle. My screen. Stop it. Come on, get back up here. Where are we at? Come on. This one. There we go. Um, why am I live still? Yeah, we're good. I need to fix my screen here. Okay. I'm working on my making sure I have stuff here. Okay, good. So we've got, yeah, this is the only weird thing you do. Meeting at Myrtle Beach at a Hilton, we have a couple of tin drinks. See, that sounds perfectly reasonable, Lazy Nate. That's kind of how I would do it. Myrtle Beach, that sounds right. Beach or pool, not in Port-au-Prince. No. Well, I hear Haiti's a beautiful country. I hear it's a beautiful country. Uh, I would not visit it, but not anytime soon. Okay, screw that. We're done with that. That's not working. Bimbo Barbarella's got to get going because she's got to work in the morning. Bye, Bimbo Barbarella. It was fantastic having you on. Thank you so much. I truly, truly, truly appreciate it. Um, you were in Dallas a week ago. You were in Dallas. Oh, that's right. You were in Dallas. I saw the updates on your. I think it was on your Facebook. Showing that you were in Dallas. Yeah, 2 weeks ago I was buried in all kinds of stuff here at home, so it would have been impossible for me to drive up there and see you anyway. Um, Not that you bothered to let me know or anything, but hey, it's fine. Whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure. Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Um, a character from Clue. That is so accurate. That is so fucking accurate. Um, so accurate. Um, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie too. Such a good movie. Such a good movie. Um, Images, Clue. Yeah, I'm gonna be stuck on this for a minute. Like, which character from Clue? Her? No. Oh, this is the one that has everybody in the house. So, yeah, like maybe that one. Is that kind of the image that I'm drawn? Is that the image I'm drawing? I think that's the image. Maybe one of these two. Maybe possibly her. But I'm thinking more her. Almost certainly not her. Whichever one she is. Mrs. Green? Who is that? The green one. Peacock? Miss Peacock? I have to see all the characters. I can't remember all. There's Mrs. White. Madeline Kahn. Miss White. Miss Scarlet. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Mrs. White. Because that was the first one that came to mind when you said a character from Clue. Let's see here. MRS White. This is great YouTube, isn't it? Me on my phone. Oh, she was the one in black. Ironic. That's Mrs. White, the one in black. Ironic, don't you think? Nah, that's not Mrs. Hawkins. No way. No, I'm not going with that one. I'm not accepting Mrs. White. Mrs. Miss Scarlet. Couldn't be Miss Scarlet because it's just a miss. Have to be a Mrs. Peacock. Yeah, that's got to be the one. MRSPACOCK. Images. Is this the picture that I'm drawing in my head? No. No, it was Miss. It must have been Miss Scarlet then. Miss Scarlet. Oops, get out of here. Scarlet. This is great YouTube. This is great live YouTube. Definitely great live YouTube. This is, yeah, that's almost certainly the picture that that yep, that's it. Miss Scarlet from Clue. That's Miss Scarlet from Clue. Yeah, I can. That's from the movie. That was the one in the top floor next to Miss White. Yeah, okay, I'll go with it. I'll go with that. You are a character from Clue. That's it. You've done that to yourself now. Okay. Let's get off that now. Let's move forward. uh, Baytown, Texas. Me personally, I'm in Humble, which is about 45 minutes from, well, 30 minutes from Baytown, Texas. Baytown, if you look at the face of a clock and Humble's at 1, Baytown is at 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 o'clock on the face of a clock, give or take. It's on the southeast, kind of east-southeast of town. Probably more southeast than east. Yeah, east southeast, in between southeast and east. It's in that area of town. Yeah. Anyway, the trophies when you're adult. Thing is, national and international martial arts trophies. Yeah. See, that's the thing. We get trophies for like sports stuff, but we don't get trophies for like academic or I mean, we get trophies for work stuff. We don't get trophies for academic stuff, and we don't get trophies for like personal stuff. Like, we should get trophies for having to listen to that fucking story that Sheila told us 38 times, and it changed every damn time she told it to us, and it was never interesting. We should get a trophy for that. Like, I listened to Sheila's story 38 times and did not kill her. I should get a trophy for that. You don't get a trophy for having the longest labor of all of your sisters and sisters-in-laws. You should, though. You should get a trophy for that. That's cool. That's an accomplishment. It's not necessarily something you set out to do, but it's something you managed to do, and you should get a trophy for that. You know? Yeah, anyway. Yeah, you should. You should definitely you should get dumb, meaningless trophies as an adult and put them up on your stupid bookcase. I mean, I've got a trophy for trivia from the last Caribbean cruise that I went on. Caribbean Royal Caribbean cruise. It would actually, ironically enough, did not go to the Caribbean Sea. It went down to Mexico. But that's what those little boats are up there. Can you see those? I'm wearing pants. It's okay. These dumb little trophies from the Carnival Triumph. See? Trivia. Carnival. They even got a medal for it. It's dusty as hell. I got trophies for running and doing stuff. Where are they at? In here somewhere? Down there? No, that's not running trophies. These? No. I got trophies around here somewhere. All kinds of dumb things that I've done and stuff. And over here, I can see my butt. What I'm saying is, we should get more trophies as adults. We should get more trophies. We stop getting trophies when we graduate from college or mostly stop getting trophies. We should get more trophies, and not just for sports stuff, not just for work stuff. We should get trophies for just like stuff, just for like normal stuff. You know, you listen to your 100th Minecraft story, you should get a trophy. Stop drinking for 6 weeks. You should get a trophy. You should reward yourself. Reward yourself with little trinkets and trophies and shit like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, if you get a trophy for most improved, you should get a trophy for other stuff too. Because most improved is just a really polite way of saying last year you sucked a lot. I mean, come on. Come on. Anyway, but for real, yeah. Buy yourself a trophy. Buy yourself an absolute fucking trophy. Do it. Go do it. Go reward yourself for something. This is what is it? October 13th. It's Treat Yourself Day. Go award yourself with something. Do it. Treat yourself. Um, she doesn't have a sexy cabana boy. She has a team of cabana boys that serve her every need. Where they lift her up on her kitty and drive and carry her back into the hotel when she wants to. She doesn't have to. She can walk herself if she wants to. Ah, Lord. Desperate housewife. Does she fit the mold? Does the image of no, not desperate housewives. And even a character from Clue is a little bit campy. This is more of a Dynasty or Falcon Crest or uh, even Dallas type of persona that I have in my head. A Beverly Hills type of, but like not in Beverly Hills, like Beverly Hills, like but everywhere else in the country. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, it's worthwhile getting into a combat art school if you find an actual one. You should really have the best. To have been was recruited at my church for my performance in the first one. My kids, this is a fun fact. My kids go to a karate studio that is owned by the former Green uh, Power Ranger. So I have met the Green Power Ranger, Jason Sprague. I've met him, and he just set a new Guinness Book of World Record. Guinness Book. He just set a new world record that's going in the Guinness Book. He just set a new one. It's the most number of double nunchuck hits on a target in a minute. I think. I don't remember what it was, but he just set a new world record, which is really cool. Good for him. Super good for him. Um, See, here's the really cool thing about Haiti. If you go to Haiti, you have a fairly good chance of becoming the president of Haiti. If you just show up there with a couple of pipe swinging motherfuckers who won't take no for an answer, you could almost certainly take over the whole goddamn country. That's one of the cool things about Haiti. If you go on vacation in Haiti and you're motivated even just a little bit, you can become president. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Oh, that's right. The Sons of Fire. There was some kind of spicy thing going on in Dallas. I remember seeing that. Yeah, that was really cool. Neat. Uh, okay, so Peacock was the one in my lower left, your lower right. She was the one in the silver gold, kind of gaudy. And gaudy is not elegant. Is that elegant understated? That's more. Uh, that's more the image. No, you know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Uh, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. You know what I'm thinking? I got a very specific image in my head right now of there it is. Mrs. Robinson. It's a very specific image in my head. I've never seen The Graduate. I've never seen The Graduate, but kind of an Audrey Hepburn type of vibe, where, but not like unapproachable Audrey Hepburn. In My Life as a Goddess, Guy Branum talks. What the fuck? In Mrs. Robinson was my unlikely role model, sexual role model. That is, yeah. Now it's getting creepy. Uh, is that what I'm thinking? Graduate. Is that what I'm thinking? Am I thinking of The Graduate? Is that what? Is that? I think that's what I'm thinking. The Graduate, but not in like a creepy way. I know that ship's already sailed. Sorry. I mean this with the utmost respect. It, you know, you can tell me to stop anytime. And as soon as I get to that part in chat, I will absolutely respect your wishes and behave. Um, and I will create a new persona if that's what you wish me to do. Mr. H. Good. Where was I? There's a Mrs. White along with Mrs. Peacock, Colonel Mustard. That's right. And I think we're settled on Miss Scarlet. I think I am settled on Miss Scarlet as far as the clue characters, because it's this just, yeah. I mean, y'all know, y'all get the vibe. The last Halloween movie. What is the last Halloween movie? Oh, or do you mean like the last like Halloween, Michael Myers Halloween? Hmm. Gotcha. Okay. Madame Rose. What is Madame Rose? Oops. Cancel that. What is Madame Rose? Oh, maybe. Yeah, see, I'm thinking more um um Astoria. Um Lady Astoria. Mrs. Astoria? Is that who the fuck am I thinking of? Oops. Mrs. Astoria. Yeah, she was old, like from a million years ago. It'll come to me. There's like a specific image I have in my brain, and it's not any. We haven't quite touched on. We're close with with Miss Scarlet. We're close. She's this. We're close. We're in the neighborhood. Mrs. Hopkins. I will figure this out. I will solve this mystery of your socialite status, and we will have a proper. We'll have a proper interview with you in your floppy hat and giant sunglasses, uh, properly. Let's see. What is this? What did you give me? What link did you give me? Oh, these are trophies. Let's show this up on the screen. Uh, show it up on the screen, Cambot. That one? Yeah, there it is. This is the link that Sunflowers put into the chat. Dream Team Top Dog. What is that? Gritty McDuff's 2010 Beer Bar of the Year. Yeah, these are absolutely trophies that you can get for yourself. Do it. You should do it without question. Treat yourself. You earn it. You earn trophies on a regular basis. Absolutely do it. Absolutely do it. Absolutely. Without question. Without question. Anyway. Go enjoy your show, Mrs. Hopkins, and I really am. I really do appreciate you coming. I appreciate you sharing out the shows on Twitter. I appreciate you participating in the chat and participating in the show. And I really do hope that I'm not embarrassing you too much. I hope you enjoy it in good fun, because that is what it is. It is in good fun. We will construct for you a persona, a proper socialite persona, where you're just like, all of this is just below me. It's beneath me, darling. It's beneath me. I'm just going to. I spent the weekend in Ibiza last week, and I can't imagine being back here in Tulsa. It's just Tulsa's so dusty, and there's so much dust all over the place in Tulsa. I just want to. I'm just going to stay by the pool, if that's okay with you. Just bring me my dinner by the pool, thank you. And you drink your mojito, and that's it. And that's what you do. You just sit by the pool and drink mojitos. You are an enigma and a mystery, and I like it that way, and I wish it would stay that way forever. And I look forward to meeting you one day, in person, face to face, in the flesh. And Mr. H as well. I look forward to meeting him as well, because, I mean, any guy who can bring you to all your hotels where you stay by the pool, I mean, must be a titan of industry. I look forward to meeting Mr. Vanderbilt himself. Good night, Mrs. H. Thank you for joining us. And congratulations on your, what was it, fourth place? Third place? Fourth place finish. Where were you? Fourth place finish. Congratulations. You should get a trophy for that. NPR that killed off Katana. What? Jason from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers that killed someone with a katana is still teaching. What? Jason David Frank? David Frank killed a guy with katana? What? That's his name, Jason David Frank. Holy shit, former Power Ranger arrested for allegedly murdering his roommate. What the fuck? Oh, I need to know more about this story. I'm going to read it. We're going there now. Jason David Frank killed a guy with katana. That's what I searched. We're gonna show this. I'm gonna fucking look this up. All right. Let's do the former Power Ranger arrested for allegedly murdering his roommate. This was Cinema Blend, which is just a redirect from another story. What? I had no fucking idea. Allegedly. Let's check this out. I mean, he hasn't killed any of his students in the whatchamacallit, in the dojo, I guess they call them, the academy. No, you can just stand by my statement, technique, blah 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 blah. Trophies are trophies made Americans go soft. Next on Fox News. Lord. Okay, I need to know more about this story. All right, it's loaded. Let's see what's happening. Former Power Ranger arrested for allegedly murdering his roommate. All right, tell me more. All open up my reset my thing. All right, let's scroll. God, seriously, why are you so damn small? Come on, make it bigger. All right, it's gonna get bigger, and then we're gonna see what happens. Bourbon Ron is in the house. Bourbon Rendezvous has joined the party. Cheers, Ron. All right, I've got to wait for. Chrome is slow. Chrome is a problem on my computer, apparently. This is why I have problems connecting with shows and stuff on Chrome. Inglewood in Chicago is a bad part of the city. Bourbon Ron, there's Bourbon Ron. It's a new one with Jamie Lee Curtis. Catching up to chat. I think we're already caught up with chat. She's still around. Met her at a CNG roof. Is that Jamie Lee Curtis? You met her at a refueling station? That's kind of cool. Jennifer Hudson's family was murdered in England. Okay, back to the story. What the fuck is this about Jason David Frank murdering someone with a fucking katana? So some people get into fights and they come out of them apologetic, but others unchanged. For others, but otherwise unchanged. For others, things end when someone dies after being stabbed in the stomach with a sword. At least that's allegedly how it happened for former Power Rangers Ricardo Medina Jr., who was arrested Saturday afternoon. It's a little too concrete, an example of life imitating art. Medina reportedly got in a heated argument with his roommate Joshua Sumner, according to E! Online, and took a turn for the worse when Medina headed into his bed. That's not Jason David Frank. What? Wrong story. $1 million bond. That's the Red Power. How many fucking Power Rangers killed their roommates? What? Medina isn't the first former Power Ranger to make headlines for things involving violence. Jason David Frank, better known as Tommy Green Ranger Oliver, is building up his MMA credits by calling out former WWE superstar. Of course, UFC fights are known for their Okay. That's not Jason David Frank murdering someone. Okay, back one page, please. Nick Venable. Former Power Ranger allegedly close stabs roommate. Fake Power Ranger Jason David Frank. Jason. Okay, so the Green Power Ranger didn't. Wait, did he or did he not? His jail time. Power Ranger sends to jail for 7 death with sword. Try this one again. I think we may have the wrong Power Rangers. I mean, like I said, he hasn't killed any of his students yet. And I would find it very ironic if there's more than one Power Ranger who has killed his roommate. That would be just a with a sword. That would be wild fucking coincidence. All right, let's get yeah. Okay. I mean, I'll let it. We'll let it settle in, so we can find out. I'm interested. I want to hear the details. I want to know more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Meanwhile, uh, are we there? All right, we're there. Let's see what it says. Tell me more, as they say, and yeah, that's definitely not Jason David Frank. as they say in Starship Troopers, tell me more. Unless it's from a long time ago. Former Power Ranger sentenced to 6 years of jail time, the maximum possible for his conviction after killing his roommate and stabbing him multiple times with a sword in January 2015. Definitely not Jason David Frank, because he was here in 2015. He was here in Houston in 2015. All right, let that change up to its place. No, that's not it. Come on. Show me more. Like that? Yeah. That's not right. Are we there? Is it adjusted? We're not quite there yet. Almost adjusted. Is it popped? You would like to know? Yeah, Starship Troopers. You get the reference, right? Where is... Don't forget to subscribe. Have I... All right, I'm overloading my graphic card with this crap up here. All right. So, Jason David Frank was the Green Power Ranger. Okay, we updated. Good. Everything updated. Yay. All right, let's scroll. Let's find out the story. I think it's the same story. I think it's the same dude. I do not think it's our karate. I mean, if it was our karate instructor, I mean, are you kidding me? It's fucking awesome. That would be fucking awesome. Like, he actually killed the dude? All right. Former Power Ranger star sentenced to 6 years, the maximum possible, for stabbing multiple times with a sword in January 2015. TMZ reports that Ricardo Medina Jr. was sentenced today, March 30th, after pleading guilty to voluntary manslaughter during a March 16th hearing. Medina previously admitted that he killed Josh Sutter after an argument that stemmed from a dispute over where Medina's girlfriend parked her car. See, that seems like a reasonable cause to kill a dude. According to LA Times, Medina grabbed the sword when Sutter began to force his way into his bedroom, then stabbed Sutter several times with the weapon. Eventually, he called 911. Jesus Christ. He was released just days after the original 2015 arrest after claiming that he had acted in self-defense. See, if he would have just shot him, he'd have been fine, at least in the state of Texas. Karate people are so weird sometimes. The charge was eventually reduced as part of a plea deal. Medina appeared in Power Rangers Samurai in 2011 and Power Rangers Wild Force 2002. He also had guest roles in ER, CSI. Nobody gives a shit about ER and CSI Miami. Like, he was a fucking Power Ranger. We don't give a shit if you're a fake doctor, dude. Show us the Power Ranger thing. All right. None of them is Jason. I don't. It might be. Is that Jason? No, I don't know. Doesn't matter. All right, let's close this out. Boop. Bye bye. Okay. Back to close that. Back to this. Yeah, that's right. Martial arts people are weird. Not karate people, martial arts people. They're weird. They're weird. Just deal with it. If you weren't weird, you wouldn't be doing that shit. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with being weird. Own it. Own it. Here's to you, Mrs. Hopkins. Jesus. I hope I'm not embarrassing her. I don't want to piss her off. She's cool. I like her. Fake social So Cilite, Anna something or another. Anna Sorokin. I think that's who I'm thinking of. Is Anna Sorokin. You know, like this elegant type of that. See that's Anna Sorokin. She was a fake socialite. She had a fake accent and everything, but of course Mrs. Hopkins isn't a fake. Mrs. Hopkins is a real fucking socialite. She's a real badass. Anyway, I'll 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 come up with I'll build her a really good persona. She'll be awesome. ITE green, but specifically in my brain, it's a green, but a green one piece bathing suit at with a floppy hat. This is a very specific image search that I'm looking for here. Bingo! Look at there. There it is. Socialite with a floppy hat, green bathing suit at the pool. See, that's the image in my brain of, and it's tasteful. It's not gross. It's not weird. I don't think it's weird. You know, put a mimosa in her hand or a, a, a never-ending series of mojitos that mostly is for decoration, but she still drinks them. You know, that's it. That's fine. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Um, anyway, um, any Beto versus Abbott updates for you? Okay. Oh, I do have a little bit of tea when it comes to the local race here in the state of Texas. So, okay. So, for those of you who are mildly curious about this, fix my light. For those of you who are mildly curious, Beto O'Rourke is running for governor here in the state of Texas against Greg Abbott. Greg Abbott is the Republican governor of the state of Texas. State of Texas has had Republican governors ever since the early 1990s. No Democrat has won a statewide race in the state of Texas since Ann Richards, I think, was governor since the last Democratic senator resigned. And the reason for that is because in 1990 they redistricted the state. The Republicans had a majority in the House and Senate in the state and redistricted the state so that they would have an absolute majority over uh, an absolute majority, like a 55%, 55 or 60% majority in the local state, the House and Senate, the state House and Senate. Um, and then basically the Democratic Party abandoned the state in the early mid 1990s. They just abandoned the state. The Democratic Party decided they didn't need the state of Texas as long as they had New York and California and Florida and Ohio and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and all these other states. They didn't need Texas. Like Texas could go to the Republicans. That was fine. They would have and for the most part they did. But they also lost Florida when George W. Bush ran for president. They lost Florida and, I think Ohio that year. And then Barack Obama wins, and they have their blue firewall between Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, uh, the blue firewall that Hillary thinks is going to protect her from whatchamacallit, losing to Trump. But Trump was able to flip two or three of those states. I don't remember how many of those he flipped. I think he flipped all three, which was really suspicious, and that's statistical information for another time. Anyway, Texas has been red, but it's been red not because of the demographics in the state, but because people don't vote, and one party abandoned the state. And for probably 20 years, most of the 1990s, the first decade of the 2020s, it was demographically red and abandoned by the Democrats. Then you get into the second decade of the 2020s, and it starts to change. The demographics in the state start to change, and then the Democratic Party starts to take some interest back in Texas. And they start to realize, if we flip Texas, we hold Colorado, or we hold California, we hold New York. If we have Texas, New York, California, well, shit, that's like half the votes we need to hold national offices, hold the presidency. So they start getting some interest at the beginning of the 2000s in flipping Texas, and that's when you start hearing about flipping Texas, and that's when I think Al Gore was in Texas when he ran for president on the last days of the campaign. Al Gore was in Texas, and George W. was in California, which is really stupid because George W. was a Texas guy and Al Gore was a Tennessee guy. And if Al Gore had won Tennessee, his home state, he would have been the president. Fucking idiot. Because for some reason the Republicans also had the idea they could flip California, but they can't flip California. And then 2004, 2008, and then Barack Obama starts talking about flipping Texas because the demographics start changing, but he doesn't put a whole lot of effort into it. But it starts to percolate up around 2010, 2012, 2014, 2016. They started talking about it. 2018 is when Beto ran for Senate against Ted Cruz, and they thought he was going to win, and he came very, very close to winning, closer than any Democrat has ever come to winning a national or a state office, and closer than any Democrat has come in 3 decades of supplanting a incumbent Republican in the state of Texas. Okay, so there's your background. Beto runs for Senate in 2018. He runs for president in 2020. Fails miserably. He wasn't really running for president. He was running to expand the voter base, expand his constituency, and basically prepare himself to run for governor. Continues to organize here in the state of Texas and get people registered to vote, and registers a shit ton of people here in the state of Texas. New registrants, new voters, new residents in the state. It's a drastically changing demographic here in the state of Texas. But a lot of these new voters aren't getting picked up by pollsters through traditional means because they're young voters. They don't have landlines. They don't answer their phones for for phone numbers they don't recognize. Just like normal people, like you and me. So the numbers aren't getting picked up by pollsters. The information that I heard on Tuesday, which was the last day to register to vote in the state of Texas for our November election. It might have been Monday because I went to training for my poll working on Monday. It was either Monday or Tuesday. The information that I heard was that internal polling numbers for the Abbott campaign, the Governor Abbott's campaign, internal polling numbers are showing that he's behind by 10 points overall, with the overall people who are going to vote. Abbott thinks that he's behind by 10 points. He's trailing in young voters, new voters, voters of color, female voters, young men. The only demographic he's leading in is white males, according to his own numbers, according to their own campaign staff. White males and their wives, white women. Married white women. That's it. And the support from the married white women isn't enough to offset all of the other demographics where he's behind. So If Abbott's numbers are showing that, there might be a real chance that Beto has a shot at this. But the poll numbers, the official poll numbers from the pollsters are showing a really tight race. 2 points, 3 points, 6 points, whatever. Abbott had a lead. It's expanded a little bit over the last month, but they expect it'll probably contract a little bit. I don't know. I don't know how the election's going to go in the state of Texas. I don't know how the governor race is going to go. I don't know how the lieutenant governor. There's 4 very important statewide elections. There's attorney general, lieutenant governor, governor, and railroad commissioner. Those are the 4 most powerful positions in the state of Texas. Governor, of course, is the governor. Lieutenant governor sets the legislative agenda in the state of Texas. The attorney general is, he decides which laws are going to be prosecuted and fights the federal government for blah blah. Most of his job is setting lawsuits with the federal government to protect gun rights and make sure that women can't have abortions. But he's under federal indictment, so as soon as he's out of office, he's going to go to jail, which is pretty funny. And then the railroad commissioner, which is a dumbly named title, they run the electric grid and natural resources in the state of Texas. So the dude who was responsible for our grid collapsing and who's mostly responsible for not reinforcing our grid since that happened is our railroad commissioner of all people. So you have a railroad commissioner, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and governor are the 4 most powerful positions in the state of Texas. And if you can flip one of those, then 2 of those follow. Like usually, but not always, governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general kind of flow together. People vote those people in a block. Railroad commissioner, nobody knows what the railroad commissioner does, so who fucking knows how that'll go. But we got a new subscriber too, 873. Cheers, thank you for subscribing. Thanks for coming by and dropping a sub. So yeah, like I said, I don't know how it's going to go. There's no Senate race. There's a bunch of House races, but there's no Senate race. There's no presidential race. Ted Cruz comes up for re-election in 2 years. Hopefully, we get that son of a bitch out of office. I really, God, I would do. There's so many things that I would do to make sure he got out of office. But yeah, I have no idea. It's all gonna have to do with turnout. It's all gonna have to do with whether or not the next 2 generations of people vote. Whether or not people just show up, because usually for midterm elections, we get really low turnout. We get really low turnout in the state of Texas anyway, but for midterm elections, we get less than 50%. We get less than, usually around 30%, and it's embarrassing. It's bad. And the fewer people that vote, the less likely representation will be good, and the more likely that representation will just be by the incumbents, and the incumbents are the people that we need to get out of office most. The people that come on our radio and our TVs and our internet ads that keep saying, crime is going through the roof and inflation sucks and your electric bill is crazy and blah, 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 blah. We need to protect our state from democratic rule. It's like, you fuckers are the ones who've been in power for 30 years. Why the fuck is everything in shambles for 30 years? Why are you going to do stuff now that you haven't done for 30 years? What the... What? Which, by the way, is actual dialogue from a debate. So anyway, yeah. It's okay. It's okay, Bacon. I'm but it would have been cool. It would have been. I'm sure it would have been a cool story to be able to say, "Yo, Jason, why You never told us you killed you full on you whole murdered a dude. High five. Uh, no, but seriously, that is, by the way, how you know that. This is a joke I heard from a comedian. You know how we know that murder and abortion are not the same thing. That abortion is not murder. Like, would you let your kids hang out with a murderer? Like, would you be cool working with a murderer? Would you be cool? Because you know, chances are the person teaching your kid in elementary school had an abortion at some point. Maybe the lady teaching your kid in high school, there's a pretty good chance that at some point in her life she had an abortion. Would you be okay with a murderer teaching your kids? And that's how you know abortion and murder aren't the same thing. I don't know who that comedian was, but that was fucking brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Um, get your kids a new teacher stat. um, you could have named the original Black Power Ranger. Wasn't that a Key and Peele? No, was that Key and Peele, or was that Saturday Night Live? I think it was. It might have been Saturday Night Live, oh, or maybe it was one of those just YouTube crew people. But they're like, the girl, or you're the green Power Ranger, and you're the yellow Power Ranger, and she's like, I'm Asian. That's kind of racist. And he's like, no, don't. It's just random. Don't worry about it. And then like, you're the blue Power Ranger, and you're the pink Power Ranger, and she's like, because I'm a girl. And then like they go to the last guy, and they go, and the guy's like, don't even say it. Don't even fucking say it. You're the Black Power Ranger. Motherfucker, that's racist as shit. Why can't I be? I don't know what video. I'm 100% certain I've seen that on YouTube. But I don't know who it was. Let me see if I can find that video. Um, it's probably racist. If I look it up, racist Power Ranger. Yep, there it is. It's collegehumor.com. There it is. Zordon is a racist. Share, copy link. I'll drop that in chat. Y'all should see that. It's a great skit. Paste. Go. All right. Let's catch up on chat. More Power Ranger news. What? Speaks out about alleged assassination attempt. What? The fuck? That was from 5 years ago, though. I mean, come on. All right, let's see what it is. Show me the window. Oh, come on. Nope. Wrong one. That one. Come on. Where's it at? Green Power Ranger. There it is. All right. What's the story? Attempted. What? Attempted assassination. An assassination attempt? Yeah, that's Jason. That's definitely him. On Friday, former Green Power Ranger and mixed martial artist Jason David Frank spoke to reporters about his alleged assassination attempt at Phoenix Comic Con. Police arrested a man at the Phoenix Convention Center on Thursday after he made it into the event with multiple weapons, including 3 guns and a knife. The suspect has been identified as 31-year-old Matthew Sterling. Phoenix police have been booked for 1 count of attempted murder, 3 counts of aggravated assault, and with a deadly weapon. Wearing body armor during commission of a felony, resisting arrest, carrying a weapon in a prohibited place. He was allegedly targeting Frank, who appeared at the convention, according to Uproxx. According to court records obtained by ABC 15, the suspect allegedly had a calendar reminder set on his smartphone saying, "Kill JDF." Are you fucking kidding me? How stupid can you gotta be to put a calendar reminder to kill a dude on your fucking phone? get a reminder in the morning. Oh, by the way. You wake up, you wake up, pour your breakfast, you pour your breakfast cereal, make yourself some coffee, you sit down at the table and your phone goes, and you look at your phone like, what the fuck? You go, oh yeah, I'm supposed to kill this dude. And then you like finish your you finish your coffee and then you go get dressed to go do some assassinating. That's fucking stupid as hell. Oh my god! And the police get your phone and they look at it and go, "Let's kill JDF." What a fucking idiot! What an absolute fucking idiot! Oh my god! What a fucking moron! Oh man! I'm shocked that he got caught. What's stupid? Oh Jesus Christ! This is very serious. This is not something to laugh about. Somebody tried to commit murder. Oh Jesus Christ! This is the dumbest thing. A reminder on his fucking phone. Oh my God, how stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be? Ah, Jesus Christ. That's like calling down to the hotel, the front desk of the hotel. Hi, can you send me a wake up call in the morning? I need to kill the president. And they're like, oh, yes, absolutely. We'll send a wake up call before the president's motorcade comes through. And then they hang up and immediately call 911. Hey, we got a guy up in room 723 who is going to attempt to assassinate the president. We're not going to give him, he asked for a wake up call in the morning, but we're not going to do it. Or we're going to do it at the wrong time. And we should do it because he asked us to do it. But what I'm saying is, y'all need to get up here and arrest him before he does it because it's a conspiracy to do the thing. Anyway, that's all. I'm the guy at the front desk. Thanks for calling. Thanks for calling. And if you need a room, I'm bye. I don't know how they'd finish that phone call. Probably need to take some like, hey, do you need some information like who my name and stuff, or are y'all gonna come to the hotel and get my information when you're here? Oh, okay, you'll take my statement when you come. That's cool. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be working till midnight. Yeah, I work till midnight, and then the second shift comes in. They get here at 11:30, and they go until 8. So yeah, that's how it is. Okay, okay. Thank you, officer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Oh fuck! I said I love you. No, never mind. Anyway, yeah. So kids, that's by the way how we used to talk on phones. We'd have the phone like this. The carriage would be in your hand, and you talk on it like this. This is also acceptable, but this dumb fart. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going down a rabbit hole that doesn't need to be gone down. Um. So anyway, fucking idiot of all the stupid things. I wonder if I'm gonna get drilled by the CIA for saying something about assassinating. My live stream has now been flagged. Thanks, Bacon. Oh, Jesus Christ. Um, where were we? More power. Would you like to know more? His government name was Jason. The government told me. Oh, Lord. Why insulted Bacon? Um, I'm down to meet that chick. I don't even know what you're talking. I don't even know where we're at this point. I don't know what I was talking about. Um, oh, that chick. Oh, hey, Vanessa Kitty, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. She's gotten out of her sunbeam and she's now ready to stretch. Ugh. Put her paws out and grab the couch just a little bit. Crack, 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 pop, pop, pop. Yeah. Ah. Just gonna walk through the living room, meow, and then leave. I love you guys. I really do. Y'all are great therapy. I've been in a weird headspace all week, and I really do appreciate y'all uh, getting me out of that headspace once a week, twice a week when we do this shit. Um, Shell R, you kept yelling. I didn't watch the debate. I missed the debate. I was working. I was doing something. I don't know what I was doing. I wanted to go back and watch it the next day. I just didn't get around to it. And, like there was no point in me watching the debate. I know. I already know that my electric bill has gone up $400 a month. I already know that my house is flooded more times in the last 3 years than it had than it had in the previous 15, and that's because of bad policies here in the state of Texas. I know that it's harder to get health care. My health costs have gone up. It's hard to get health care. That my education shit, my kids in school, it's gotten worse. My wife's a teacher. I know how they fuck around with the budgets of the schools. Like I don't need to watch the debate. Like I made up my mind. I just never got around to it. I just needed to see, if I wanted to watch the debate, it would just be me watching to see how bad it was. Because I mean, I know who I'm voting for already. So, you know, I wanted to watch it, but I had something else to do. I don't remember what it was I had to do, but I had something else to do. I have heard that the Wisconsin debate was extremely brutal. I've also heard that the uh, uh, Ohio debate was brutal. JD Vance just is a dope. And the thing is, these people are putting up candidates that are just absolute dopes. And they're counting on the constituents to vote for party over person rather than person over party. And the only reason they're supporting like in the Georgia race, the reason that the Republican Party continues to support Herschel Walker, even though he's a fucking disaster as a human being and a terrible, terrible candidate, because he's a Republican. He will vote for the party line. They need 51 R's in the Senate. That's the only reason they're continuing to support him. Not because he's going to be a good senator, not because he's intelligent or well spoken or good at what he does, or better at representing the state of Georgia than Raphael Warnock. It's just because he has an R behind his name, so they have to support him because they have to have that seat. So it's a very important race for them, and they're not willing to concede the Senate because Herschel Walker's a fucking dingus. Although the polling numbers that I've seen, the internal polling numbers I've heard about, show Raphael Warnock's going to wipe the floor with that son of a bitch, and he should. And welcome to the party, Shell. I appreciate you joining me. I appreciate you popping in. Don't forget to sub if you haven't done so already. If you have done so, then thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Welcome to the party. Cheers and salutations. We've had bombarded the exact same. Crime has been rising for X amount of years. Ads here in Washington State. Last I checked, there was a You know what? You know what's really funny? Here in the state of Texas, our counties are managed by a group of commissioners that are referred to as judges. So our county commissioner is the official title of our county commissioner is judge. So our county commissioner in Harris County, the county where I reside, is Judge Lena Hidalgo. Youngest county commissioner, youngest judge to be elected into this office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. A really impressive chick. Harvard and Yale, double grad, young but well accomplished, right? Democrat, by the way. The role of the county commissioner in Harris County is to basically direct funds for roads, bridges, other infrastructure, libraries, and to advocate for clearing court dockets, but she has nothing, or he has nothing to do with actual judge work. This is not a legal judge is not a legal term when it comes to the courts for the county of Harris. But her opponent is running on a be tough on crime position. Like you have no role, and our sheriff is elected, and the sheriff's department is separate from the county, the sheriff requests a budget, the county sets a budget and sends them money. That's it. That's the only connection they have with law enforcement. That's it. Nothing else. And the Chronicle, our shitty newspaper here in town, which is really good for wrapping fish and lining bird cages, endorsed the opponent. And in the endorsement that they wrote, they said it would be really nice to live in the idealistic world that Lena Hidalgo represents, but we don't. Like, you could. You could. And she said, even though she's accomplished so much by getting through, we've had a hurricane, flood, ice storm, and pandemic come through the city of Houston and the county of Harris. Even though she's managed these crises very well during her tenure, she has been very she's not adequately addressed the rising crime problem, which has started going down. Like, you even fucking listen to yourself. She hasn't addressed the crime problem, not her job. She hasn't adequately done a thing that's not her job, even though that thing has started to go down in abate in the last several months. So she hasn't adequately addressed a thing that is already being solved. So they're going to endorse the other guy. Like, what the fuck? But the Chronicle has never endorsed Democrats or liberals. Ever, 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 ever. The first time they endorsed a president that wasn't a Republican was in 2020 for the 2020 election. Can you guess? I mean, their track record is Reagan, Bush, Bush. Then I think it was Dole, McCain, Kerry, Trump. No, I take that back. The first time I think it was 2016, Clinton, and then Biden. So it's two Democratic presidents. Everything else Republican, all up and down the way. And like people were shocked. Oh my God, the Chronicle didn't endorse Lena Hidalgo, the sitting incumbent judge for Harris County. Like, yeah, anybody who's surprised by that has not been fucking paying attention for the past 50 years because the Chronicle doesn't endorse Democrats. Never endorses Democrats. Very, very rarely. Anyway, so yeah. And it's the dumbest thing because they endorse the other guy based on things that are not part of the judge's job. It's just she hasn't christened enough battle cruisers for the Navy. Like, that's not her fucking job. Like, why would she do that? It's not her fucking job. Anyway, on we go. Look up David Sedaris' 6'8" black men. David Sedaris? You were in the Netherlands? What the fuck were you doing in the Netherlands? When was this? Were you? Okay. Mandated vasectomies tells me what that tells me is that only men can be responsible for women's bodies, not women, same as with abortion. Actually, for a fair point, women can only have like one baby a year. Maybe two if they time it right. Men can impregnate women every single day, every day of the year. Men can impregnate women 365 times a year. So, a great way to stop. I mean, vasectomies are reversible. If you're going to force women to have babies, it would not be. I mean, it's a ridiculous statement, obviously. But if you're going to force women to have babies, forcing men to have vasectomies is not a huge stretch. Just saying. You wouldn't let a 12-year-old adopt a baby, but you'd certainly let a 12-year-old have a baby if you live in the state of Texas. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Vasectomies absolutely prevent abortions. They prevent abortions, and they're reversible, too. It works. I'm with you there. I understand what you're talking about. Of course, it'll never happen because guys make laws, not gals. But Also, cements my point. All the options women have to not get pregnant, the responsibility for their own bodies lies. But see, yeah, and women do have a lot of options to not get pregnant, but they're not fail safe. They're not fail safe, and uh, if the Supreme Court has their way and the current crop of Republican senators should have their way, the options to not get pregnant will be limited even further, including contraception, Plan B, and well, of course, abortions, as we know. So there you go. But that's it. All of that will be set straight in the next 5 years anyway. It's a challenging time we're living in right now. But if young people would get out and vote, it sounds shitty to blame young people for not voting, but the reality is that in the last let's see here, 2020, 2018, 2016, 2014, out of those 4 elections, two of them were critical. Two of them were critical and put us in the position we're in right now where we had our rights restricted. And to be completely honest, I don't give a shit one way or the other if abortion is legal or not. Me, my wife, we're past our baby making years. I've got a niece that affects. I've got kids that affect. My boys that affects. I guarantee if my boys are not ready to have a baby and they knock up some chick, we're taking a trip down to Mexico. We're absolutely taking a trip down to Mexico. And if, they say we don't want the baby and she says we want the baby, then we don't want the baby. She wants the baby. He doesn't want the baby. That's on her. Like here's your, like Herschel Walker did. Here's your $800 of child support. That's the last I'm paying for the rest of the whole goddamn thing. Unpopular opinion. That's fair. But more importantly, the Dodd's decision reverses the right to privacy, which absolutely affects not just me, but everybody else, guys and girls alike. Medical records, I've said this before, medical records, library records, phone records, texts, social media, even the stuff that you consider to be private in social media, it is now public, or at least accessible without a warrant because there's no right to privacy. But especially medical records and, stuff that you do behind closed doors, like long protected laws or long protected prohibition against sodomy laws, or who you marry, or why you marry, or whatever other things like that. Um, Same-sex marriage, uh, interracial marriage, although that was not touched on in Clarence Thomas's statement because, famously he has a uh, white wife who just happens to be a member of the insurrectionist movements. Um, your birth control, travel between states when you're pregnant. That could come into question. It could They could pass laws to prevent it. It would go to the Supreme Court, but in the interim period, it it still happens, and your rights are not protected unless you go out and vote people in office who will protect your rights. That's once you have to pick up a gun to shoot to protect your rights, you've already lost your fucking rights. You've lost everything. The structure that you're fighting to protect is already gone. Never in the history of restoring the Constitution, never in the history of leading a rebellion to restore a Constitution has that rebellion successfully restored a Constitution. I can think of exactly 2 times in history that has happened, and both times it has resulted in an independent, a complete destruction of the constitutional structure that they're fighting to defend, and either independence of the state or a crushing of the state and it becoming part of integrated back into the union. And those are the only 2 outcomes. The third outcome, the outcome that you're actually fighting for, of restoring that constitution, never happens. That doesn't happen. Because if you're fighting to restore the Constitution, you're not restoring it to anything because the thing that you're trying to restore to already lost, already gone. Because you're fighting against the power that's completely destroyed that institution. So, yeah, go out and vote. November 11th, November 8th. November 8th. It was October 11th was the deadline. November 8th is the date. Go out and vote. Early voting starts in Texas on the 24th. Go out and fucking vote. Make a plan to vote. Vote. Watch the results. And I am a big proponent of going out the weekend of early voting, the first weekend of early voting, which in Texas, I believe, is the 22nd. No, 24th is when early voting starts. So the 29th, have a barbecue at your house. Have a barbecue at your house, big cooler of beer. Start the grill up, load everybody in the van, go down to your local polling station, vote the fuck out of this election, load everybody up, go back to the backyard, turn on the music, party hardy. Have your charred beef and beers and enjoy yourself. And that's how you change the world. That's how you change the world. All right. Through the pregnancy debate alone, women should be responsible. Eat the new diet. Some random esophagus. What? That sucks. Can't do any vices. That sucks. Vices are fun. Vices are what makes gives the world flavor. Hmm. Friends in Texas froze last year for almost a week. Yeah, we lost power for 3 days, 4 days. In Central Texas, they lost power for a few more days, but we were a solid 72 hours without power. Solid 72 hours without power. Then it was off and on Thursday. I did my show on Thursday, but it was off and on. I made it through 2 solid hours and cut the show off. And then I had a nice solid rant about fucking Ted Cruz, who was fleeing the state. Oh God, he's such a piece of shit. Such a piece of shit. Anyway, yeah, Arizona governor's race. There's an actual dude who was at the fucking insurrection. Yeah, absolutely. And did y'all see? Did you see? The former guy was subpoenaed. They issued a subpoena to the former guy. And if he doesn't show up, then he'll be in contempt of Congress, and then he won't be able to leave Florida. Because if he leaves Florida, they'll arrest his ass. I love it. I absolutely love it. The Mandela team started selling shirts. The FBI set me up by Ron Johnson. Mandela Barnes is he's clever. I really do hope they put Ron Johnson out of work. I really do. Just vote no on all the judges. He sent all the voters a 300-page book. Holy shit, 300-page book. All the fuck they realized proposed took up 100. Oh Lord. Third of the book was voting. Just a one-day proposition. I did enjoy the Arizona Libertarian debating Kelly. Yeah. Voted at a pub in Bologna, Italy in 2012. Is that voting for American elections in Italy? Like a mail-in vote? So 6 I want to be voting at a coffee shop in Amsterdam. Every third video I click on goes to the ad against the Republican named person, which let's just close out immediately. Yeah, I don't watch the ads. I don't watch the ads either. They bugs me. They just annoy me. Yeah, I'd rather read substance. Cheers, Dustin. Welcome to the party. Cheers. You should. Happy to inform you that our bourbon is progressing nicely. I took a taste out of one of the barrels today. Yummy. It's not ready yet, though. Not quite ready yet. Been on the arm implant for 6 years. By the time I get the second one, baby making time. Oh, ARM. Gotcha. No, don't want abortions. Men should make themselves sterile argument. The female happiness they get from men. Well, I mean, in the same case, men can't resist the point. What is it? 15% of additional feeling they get when they don't wear a condom. I mean, men can prevent pregnancies too. They can wear condoms, but if you wear a condom and she's on the pill, it increases your chances or decreases your chances of impregnation significantly. But guys don't want to wear condoms because it doesn't feel the same without a condom. Me. Like you can feel the walls of her vagina anyway with your needle dick. I mean, Jesus Christ. Calm down. You're Ah. Anyway, carry on. I don't see it as a debatable topic. Women should have the right to have an abortion. It is their bodily autonomy. Um, and I don't care if they decide to have an abortion the day before they give birth. Nobody's fucking doing that. It's not happening. It's a dumb argument. It's a dumb question mark. Like, just fucking stay out of it. Stay out. Abortion used to be legal in the United States, completely and totally legal, without any stipulations before like 1823. In 1823, Connecticut passed the first law. It was like 24 weeks or something like that. And it was some kind of religious law of the quickening or whatever. When they assumed life started. But the vast majority of anti-abortion laws in the United States was passed because clinics were performing abortions and not doctors, and the American Medical Association was trying to establish a kind of a validity to the profession, and wanted to put these clinics out of business because they were acting like doctors, and doctors were like, we're real doctors, and they're just acting like doctors, so they can't do this stuff. We need to have laws stopping them from doing abortions. So that's why the first abortion laws were put into place, to put these clinics out of business so that doctors could be doctors and not have these clinicians acting like doctors. That's why it happened. And then, this was settled. This shit was settled in the 90s. I'm sick and fucking tired of this shit. It was settled in the 90s where abortions would be rare, accessible, and affordable. And that was it. Rare, accessible, and affordable. And then we fucking lost our fucking minds with abstinence, no sex ed. They decided to go with abstinence instead. And abortion rates were going down, teen pregnancy rates were going down, everything was going down, everything was going in the right direction. And then at the end of the 1990s, they're like, "Whoa, we need to do abstinence instead of sex ed." And then they quit fucking teaching sex ed, and the kids started getting pregnant again. Like, fucking keep your fucking Bibles out of my schools. Like, teach fucking appropriateness. Like, we don't want you fucking everywhere and all the time. You're a kid. You don't need to be getting a baby. And by the way, this is where babies come from. This is how you have a baby. The anal loophole and stuff. If you don't want to have a baby, do it in the butt. Fun for everybody. It's interchangeable. Everybody has buttholes. And then nobody has to get a vasectomy. You don't have any plan B, nothing else. Everybody has a butthole. It's fun for the whole family. But this was settled in the 90s. We don't need to be relitigating this. The fucking sore losers, upending shit. This is a step backwards. We don't need to do it. Fuck this. 3 elections put us where we're at. 3 elections of people not going and voting. Oh, we got another subscriber too. We lost a Supreme Court justice because we didn't have the Senate in 2015, 2014. We lost the Senate. We didn't have the Senate majority. So that was Neil Gorsuch, who became, or Merrick Garland, who lost his seat on the Supreme Court. Neil Gorsuch got that seat. That was one. And then not getting the Senate in 2016 cost us another one. And then not having the Senate in 20... When was it? No, those are the two major ones. And then the third one was losing the Senate back in 2010. It cost us the ACA, or the really strong provisions of the ACA. Anyway, not voting is what got us where we are. Not voting. Voting didn't get us where we are. Not voting got us where we are. But anyway, carry on. In fact, young people staying home in 2016 got us two Supreme Court justices, Amy Coney Barrett and Neil Kavanaugh. Not voting in 2016. I mean, granted, it's hard to blame the voters in 2016 because Hillary Clinton was just such a bad candidate. But the alternative was Bernie Sanders. But I don't think he would have been much better. I mean, maybe it would have motivated the young people to vote. But Jesus Christ, he wasn't much. He's a great rhetorical speaker. He has a lot of energy, and to be completely fair, he spoke to a lot of the same problems that the former guy spoke to. He just had better solutions and wasn't a piece of shit. So he probably, he'd have been a one-term president, probably. But yeah, probably better to have him as a one-term president than the other guy. Anyway, whatever. A whole lot of theory there, not a whole lot of substance. So yeah. Yeah, Hillary was a terrible fucking candidate. And the support for me that shows that Hillary was a terrible candidate, the same kind of support that I have to show that Al Gore was a terrible candidate for president. Hillary Clinton and Al Gore, both terrible candidates for president. Al Gore lost to George W. Bush. He lost his home state. If he'd have won Tennessee, Florida wouldn't have mattered. But he lost his home state. That was stupid. And Hillary Clinton lost to Donald fucking Trump. How bad of a candidate do you have to be to lose to that fucking idiot? How bad of a candidate do you have to be? Although, very fascinating conspiracy theories that come with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Very fascinating conspiracy theories when you talk about voting information, internal polling that was sent to Russia, Deripaska through. It's fascinating. Absolutely. I don't know how much validity there is to it. There's, of the things that actually happened versus the speculation, there's a stretch to jump from what actually happened to the speculation. It seems more likely that there was just, a whole lot of targeted advertising and targeted marketing in those particular markets. But here's the fascinating thing. All three of the races, the polling, this is the statistical dork stuff. Get ready. Hold your butts. Here comes statistical dork, dude. All of the pollings in these three states showed basically Hillary. Let's use fictional numbers here because I don't remember them off the top of my head. Let's say Hillary was 52, Trump was 48. Okay, or Hillary was 49, Trump was 47, whatever it was, and then other. But they all showed her in the lead, but within the margin of error, right? And they all broke. This is kind of oversimplifying it, and it's not exactly right. Don't quote this word for word. Look it up yourself. But they all broke on the other side of the margin of error. So if the margin of error was 2 and she was at 49, she got 47, and he got the 51. That's how it kind of broke. And it's just it was so weird because it was right outside of It was just outside of the margin for an automatic recount, but not so much of a margin that it was outside of the margin of error for the polling. Very fascinating. All three races, same pattern for all three, but there's no suggestion. There was the question that the Green Party candidate, what's her face, was going to do a physical recount in Wisconsin, I think it was. But I don't know if that ever happened or they pulled out the request. I don't remember exactly what. But then there was a bigger question of like, what if they did do the recount and they did find the discrepancy and it did show that votes were so, then what? Like, what would have actually happened? Like that's the thing. Like I don't think it actually happened. Don't get me wrong. Don't look into the words. I'm just it's an interesting thought experiment. What would have actually happened? Let's say in Florida in 2020, if they had actually done a recount after the fact. You know, George Bush is president for a couple of years. They crack open the boxes and they do a physical hand recount of like 4 different people doing physical hand recounts of all the ballots in the entire state. 20 million ballots, whatever. They go through them, they run them through the computers and whatever. They do and then 2 years after the fact, they go, actually, Al Gore won this state by 3,600 votes. What the fuck would they do? They'd be all, oh, that's cool information. Neat. They're not going to replace the fucking president. They're not going to do that. The then what question is a big question. And that's probably, yeah. But it's a fun thought experiment. Like, what would happen? What would they do? Which is why all the Q lunatics at this point just make me laugh. Like, oh yeah, the former guy is going to come back and he's going to be president starting on September 26th. He's going to be president starting on October 12th. He's going to be president starting on December 19th. He's going to be president on January 20th. They're going to do it this time. Blah, 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 blah. Like, no, they're not. You fucking morons. You don't even know what you're talking about. God, those people. They crack me up. They really they make me laugh. Except it's just so astonishing how weird they are. Anyway, on we go. Legal weed. I have this conversation surprisingly enough more often in the line of work that I'm in with making the whiskeys and stuff. I have the conversation about going to another state to get legal weed. We live in Texas. It's not legal in the state of Texas. But then, every once in a while you have somebody who's like, oh, I'll go to Colorado, I'll go to Mexico, I'll get some legal weed and then I'll come back. Like, just go to Darren. Everybody knows a Darren. And if you don't personally know a Darren, ask your bartender. Your bartender knows a Darren. Like, dude, who's your hookup? Like, if he's like, oh, I don't have a hookup, but you can go talk to that guy. They'll point you to somebody who'll give you a hookup. You can get weed in the state of Texas. It's not hard. It's really fucking easy to get weed. I would have to talk to no more than 3 people on a given night in a given bar. Just randomly drop down in the city somewhere. I would have to talk to no more than 3 people to score some weed. It's not that fucking hard to get weed. Which is why it's so ridiculous that it's illegal. It's just like everywhere. It's pervasive. That'd be like making water bottles illegal. Or Yetis. How fucking hard is it to get a Yeti? It's not. Really easy to get a Yeti. Anyway, on we go. Carry on. Arm implant issues while traveling. What is that? Is that shit? Oh, we got some batshit props taking voter rights away. Oh, yeah, they're all over the place. Taking voter rights away, doing all kinds of weird stuff. And that's how it starts. That's how it starts. Firearms have to be employed against the government. The reason being was because it has already been exactly. It's you're not restoring anything. You're setting up something new. What you're trying to restore is gone, and the way you protect what you've got is you be engaged as a civic participant. As you engage on the civic side. You engage, you learn, you block walk, and you participate in the parties, and you do the stuff. You may not agree with the parties, because God knows I do not agree with the Democratic Party at all on a lot of things. Like I don't want to join their team. But if the alternative is the fucking lunatic fascists who are trying to take away our fucking rights and make women be baby machines, well, the only way to stop them is to join the other team. Like, you don't get to say, I don't want the Mets to win, but I don't want to play for the other team either. Like, there's only 2 fucking teams on the field. If you don't want the Mets to win, then you want whoever the fucking Mets are playing to win. The Braves. I don't know. Who the fuck are the Braves playing the Mets or the Braves playing the Padres? I don't know. Whatever. You don't want the Mets to win. You want the other team to win. That's how it works. You can't sit there and go, I don't want them to be in office, but I certainly don't want them to. You don't get to have nobody in office. You don't get to have nobody in office. If you need to stop the one, you need to support the guys who are going to stop them. And that's not the Green Party, and that's not the Libertarians, because they're both of them are fucking jokes. They're jokes. Shut up. Support them all you want. That's fine, but they're jokes. They're not real political parties, because they don't have any hope of holding political offices. But I look forward to the day when I don't have to mess with this shit anymore. I don't even have to think about it. It's like the professionals do it. I don't think about I don't think about the operations of the Walmart here in town. I don't have to, because there's professionals that run the Walmart. They're fine. They're doing what they do. They're professionals. They do what they do. They're good. They don't need me to think about it. I don't want to think about the shit that they're doing in Austin. I don't want to have to deal with that shit every day. I want them to do their fucking job and leave me alone. And every couple of years, every 9 months, every 6 months, however often they have a referendum or a vote, then I'll go fucking vote. I'll look at the issues. I go, okay, this makes sense. This doesn't make sense. This makes sense. This doesn't make sense. Cool. I want to trust that they're actually doing their fucking job. And, that requires some oversight. Obviously, it's self-governance. We need to be participants in it. But I don't want to have to, I want to run my business. I don't want to run their business. I want to run my business. And there's a whole lot to be said about civic engagement and income disparity and not having enough leisure time to be able to participate in civic discussions and civic responsibilities and civic engagement, because you're working all the time, or you're exhausted all the time, or your 8-hour day is really a 9-hour day or a 10-hour day because you have commute an hour to and from work, and you're always constantly worried about making ends meet because you're not making enough money, and da 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 da. There's a whole lot of that to be said, and a whole lot of that to be argued. That a wealthy populace has better civic engagement because they have more leisure time. A population that has less income disparity has better civic engagement because they have more leisure time, and they engage with people from different economic strata, because they all engage in the same leisure activities because they're all in roughly the same economic strata. Not huge disparities. There's rich and there's poor and everything in between, but there's not huge disparities where a vast underclass of people have to have 6 roommates to make ends meet, when the other top 1% or top 1% of 1% of people are living in palatial estates, like the Purge. But I look forward to the day. I hope that a day comes in my lifetime, or at least in my kids' lifetime, that we don't have to worry about that shit anymore. We can just sit back and be like, okay, professionals are dealing with that. I don't have to call plays for the Houston Texans. I don't have to decide which relief pitcher to bring in the 9th inning for the Houston Astros. I don't have to tell the Rockets what play we're going to do when we come out of a timeout. I don't have to do any of that shit because they have professionals dealing with that. I can just sit back and watch it. I don't want to just sit back and watch, the people running our state and governing our state. I don't want to sit back and be completely hands off, but I do want to trust that professionals are handling shit. that professionals got this shit under control. And right now, I don't have that confidence that professionals are doing anything. I don't have confidence that the people at the helm have our best interest in mind. I don't have the confidence that the people governing are governing for the people. I would like to have that confidence again, so I don't have to worry about this shit. So I don't ever have to worry about this shit again. So that my grandkids don't have to worry about this shit. But you know, we'll see. Maybe we eventually get there. Maybe we won't. I don't know. Who am I to guess? I don't know. But I guess I could do things today and for the next 5 years or so to see to it that my kids, when they become of voting age, don't have to worry about this shit. That they don't have to worry about not being able to vote, or they don't have to worry about not being able to get the mental health care that they need, or that they don't have to worry about their kids doing active shooter drills in their schools. I mean, my kids didn't have to worry about nuclear duck and cover drills, but they did have to worry about active shooter drills. I didn't have to worry about active shooter drills. It would be really nice if my kids' kids didn't have to worry about active shooter drills. It'd be really nice. We've raised an entire generation of kids that at least twice a year go through the go through the motions of an active shooter in their school. Every single one of them. And we were saying that masks traumatize them? I mean, really? 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 Twice a year they're ducking under desks and huddling in the corner and you know, deciding who's going to be on the outside of the huddle because those are the people who are going to get shot, where the people on the inside are most protected. And masks traumatize them? These fucking people don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're doing. And I'm looking forward to the day I don't have to worry about this shit anymore. But it's going to be a while. There's a lot of work to do. We didn't get here overnight. We didn't get overnight, and you know, hopefully, it won't take too many nights to get this fixed. Notice we have another couple of subscribers. We're at 876 now. 124 subscribers away from 1,000 subs. 124 subscribers away from 1,000 subs. And then I will fight a kangaroo if it happens by the end of November. That's super exciting. Super exciting. Fight a kangaroo. Show that fucking kangaroo who's boss. I mean, I'm more a fan of reforming the parts that don't work rather than destroying the whole thing and replacing it with something that may or may not be better. Here's the problem with revolutions. You can't predict a revolution. You can't predict how a revolution turns out. Reforms, you can predict a reform. It's based on where you started from. The American Revolution was not, it was a revolution in name only. The American Revolution was a governmental reform. We replaced one central government with a new central government. The French Revolution was a revolution, the French Revolution was a full-on revolution. Took down the governing structure to the rafters. Took it down to the studs in the walls. Took it down to the bolts in the floor. Rebuilt it damn near from scratch, and it collapsed on its own weight. It collapsed so badly at the end of the French Revolution, they were begging for a new king, and they crowned Napoleon. Revolutions rarely succeed, and they're never predictable. You end up with things that are not what you expected, and oftentimes way worse than what you imagined it being. So I tend to be more of the reform it, fix what's, continue what works and fix what's broken school of thought, rather than just burn the whole fucking thing to the ground and start over. Burning the thing to the ground and starting over is dangerous. I said it a lot during the financial crisis in 2008, like we should just let it collapse and restart. Like we have a financial system that is fundamentally unfair to most of the working people in the United States. It's structurally unfair. Um, this low interest rate, low inflation, low growth economic targets that we had for so many years was fundamentally unfair to the working class people uh, and working class, middle class. It was fundamentally unfair to people who were debtors because the low interest rate environment and low inflation environment makes it really hard to make more money to pay back that debt. And if you're paying 4 or 5% interest and your wages are only growing at 2 or 3%, it's really hard to make that debt go away. Because the best thing about debt in an inflationary environment is you borrow at $20 and you pay it back at $30. But in a inflationary market where it's 5% 6% a year, the $20 are cheaper than the $20. So you're $100,000 in 2020. When you come to 2030, it's more like 80, and it's easier to pay it back over time. And we've got a debt crisis in the country, partly because of a low interest rate environment. There's structural problems in this economy. And 2008 would have been a great time to just let the whole fucking thing collapse and burn to the ground and rebuild one from scratch. But if you rebuild things from scratch, you don't know what you're going to get at the end. And that would have been really bad had they done that. Had they just let it collapse, let it burn, because our economic system is the thing that underpins our governance. And our governance and economic system kind of work together. And if the economic system collapses and the government collapses, and if the economic system and government collapses at the same time, then you really don't know what you're going to get on the other end. We saw that happen in the 1930s. We saw that happen. So, if you want communism, that's how you get communism. You get an economic and government collapse at the same time, and then some other system replaces it. You don't know what that system's going to be. It depends on the people who are implementing systems. You have no idea. So, yeah. And we get to have a new government every 2 years. So a new government wouldn't be a bad thing. And every 2 years, we get that opportunity. And sometimes it may take 4, sometimes 6 years to replace the government that we have with new government. But it's part of civic engagement where you work today to have benefits over the course of the next 6, 7, 8, 9 years. But you gotta do that work. You're not just gonna wave your hand to get 100 new senators, because you can't do that in the United States. We only get 30 new senators a year. I'm a big proponent of having 150 senators, so that every year we get 50 new senators. Every year, a third of the Senate turns over, and we have 50 new senators every year in every single state. But I don't think that'll ever happen. I should do a show on the 1672 plan. 1672 being the number of representatives and senators if we do a full representation reform. I'm a big fan of having more, not less. More senators, more representatives, more judges, more, not less, because if we have more, it's harder to buy them. They become cheaper, but there's more of them, so it gets more expensive. But I'm rambling. We'll move on. I lived in Colorado and was overseas, and I got a vote when I was pumping. Oh, okay. So you got the mail-in ballot, the absentee ballot when you're a public. That's cool, and that should be the way voting works. We should be able to vote at our leisure, at our pleasure, anytime we want to, online, in person, or by mail. We should be able to do that. We have the technology. We know how to do it. Why can't we do it? Because what? Because why? Because fraud, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, it's the dumbest thing. It's just because they don't want people to vote. That's it. Have you ever heard of Taco Palenque? No. I have not. I've never heard of Taco Palenque. Where's it at? It's probably in Austin or San Antonio. It sounds like a place to be from San Antonio. There is another way to prevent pregnancy. It doesn't require birth control or condom. Just aim for a slightly different spot. The anal loophole, exactly. There's the anal loophole. Focuses on men because women can't be held responsible. Leads back to that. Men avoid responsibility for pregnancy at every turn because they don't have to carry a child. They don't have to be involved in the raising of the child. Men dodge responsibility for children all the fucking time. Putting some responsibility on them for where they stick it and when they stick it and how often they stick it. It would be refreshing if men took more responsibility for pregnancies. Men don't take any fucking responsibility for pregnancies. It's always on the women. Women go to jail. It's criminalizing the women who are trying to have abortions, not the men who knocked them up. Men have absolutely no responsibility under the law until it comes to child support, and that's it. And they can dodge that too. So, yeah, I see the argument you're trying to make, Bacon, but no, it looks like you're trying. It's just it's yeah, nah. Some of us have hemorrhoids. Well, that's well, there you go. That's a that's a complicating factor, isn't it? Um, um, an argument that women can't be trusted with their own bodies because their agency in getting pied apparently to well they can't there's physics involved there where they can't unstick it. You know, I mean, like they're not the ones driving that. Like literally, they're not the ones driving it. They can't. I mean, I guess they could just like cut it off prematurely and be all like, "Okay, we're done. We've done this for whatever. You've had your 20 strokes. We're finished." It's not. I mean, that's just not how it works. You're 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 presenting an unrealistic understanding of how sex works. I guess. I I don't know what to I don't know what to, like if the person doing the penetration they have the responsibility to unpenetrate before completion. You know what I'm saying? You can't like climb off that pole, so to speak. I mean, you don't know when he's gonna finish. Like that's not on you. That's on him. You know. Anyway, that's partially true. I mean, loss of a recorded pregnancy is filed as an abortion, but I mean, there's a miscarriage. But then, if there's a miscarriage and you have to clean out the cells from a miscarriage, that's counted as an abortion. You can have abortions of dead fetal tissue. That happens. That happens frequently. That's a good point. All abortions aren't created equal. They're very different circumstances. Um, Hillary took New Mexico at 12%. And yeah, Shell, that's an important point. Here in the state of Texas, for years, your vote didn't matter. The margins were wide enough that the margins were wide enough in Texas that your vote didn't matter. But now we're getting into a season in Texas where your vote absolutely matters. Um, when you're talking about 100,000 votes out of a state of 30 million people, where 17 million people are registered, 100,000 votes is a big damn deal. And if you vote third party, if you had voted for one party in the past and you decide to vote third party, that matters. It's a change in your stat. If you've always voted third party, it doesn't fucking matter. Um, but if you decide to change from third party to a party, then that's like not voting and then deciding to vote. Third parties are a great opportunity for people to uh, cast a objection ballot, a vote. Yeah, third party vote is almost as good as a blank ballot in most places, because they're just not going to win. They're not. They're not serious competitors for state or local offices, but um, they're really good for airing ideas for the most part, until the Libertarian Party actually captured a significant section of the Republican Party in the Tea Party days. But that's a whole nother discussion. It's a whole nother topic, and I'm getting tired. So we're gonna wrap this up in 15 minutes. I'm gonna try and catch. Oh shit! I'm 30 minutes behind in chat. I'm gonna catch up chat, and then we're gonna wrap it up. And we'll just do that. A lot of propaganda. Bernie voters got disenfranchised. Many voted for Orange Man. Yeah, and see that the Bernie voters that voted for the former guy are curious, because it's like who was more likely to bring about the policies that you wanted to see? you know, but yeah, I I get it, I guess. For the letter, learning third states voted Hillary, she wins. If those three states, if people voting for the letter leaning third parties, yeah. Blatant voter fraud during the Dem primaries in 2016. There was not voter fraud in the 2016. There was party manipulation, significant party manipulation during the primaries in 2016. But I don't think there was voter fraud during the primaries. But yeah, there was a tremendous amount of party manipulation during 2016, where the Democratic Party was just being stupid. I mean, they anointed Hillary. It was a shit show. And you could not get a worse candidate than Hillary Clinton. You could not have a worse candidate, except maybe Tulsi Gabbard, but she wasn't running yet. the the JFK was, yeah, JFK Jr. is dead. He's super duper dead. He's like very very dead. It's just stunning, absolutely stunning. Um, take the real vote president of the people's hands. Supreme Electoral College saves us. Kansas cops pulled out state people all over the time since they're 15 legal states. Huh? Pull out of state people all time. Okay. Um, yeah, we don't have party registration in the state of Texas. So this registered as an independent, registered as a Democrat, registered. That doesn't happen in Texas. You don't get registered in a party in Texas. Um, your party affiliation comes when you vote in the primary. You are technically considered part of that party if you vote in the primary. So if you vote in the Democratic primary, you're a Democrat when it comes time for the general election. If you vote in the Republican primary, you're a Republican when it comes time to vote in the Republican primary. And there's occasionally crossover between Republican primary and Democratic vote in the general election. But it doesn't happen very often. Mostly because there are far fewer people who vote in the primary than who vote in the general election. Most people don't vote in the primary. They just don't care. So that's Texas. Teacher trust to hold the gun and shoot it. Yeah, no shit. I mean, and not simply because of who they are, what they, but I just got, there's a whole lot more going on. They've got their own their kids to worry about. They've got other shit to worry about. Like who's watching their kids if they're off playing Rambo in the hallway? Miss Miss Gonzalez from seventh grade geography is going to run down the hallway with a Glock to take out a school shooter. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see that scenario playing out in real life. 15 minutes behind on chat. Doesn't allow for fixing it. It does allow for fixing itself, though. It's the people in the system that resist the system being fixed. The people in the system count on the system being malfunctioning and broken. The people in the system count on it because that keeps them in power. The filibuster keeps senators in power because then the Senate doesn't do anything. And if the Senate actually did something, then that would change policy and that would change laws and that would be a thing. If the filibuster were removed, so there's a whole lot of people that support the filibuster for no good goddamn reason. They support the filibuster specifically because it leads to a broken system. And that's what they want. They want nothing to happen. So, 10 cities around the country right now remind me of Great Depression with the shanty towns. I haven't seen a whole lot of tent cities around the country. I have seen. I mean, there's pockets of it here in Houston, and of course, Austin has a significant population of homeless people. But yeah, I mean, I that's probably a thing. To get rid of the senators, we can't just get rid of the senators. Third-party votes drive change in government. Voting for the two dummies. Now, I can see the third-party votes driving change because the primary parties, the main parties, the real parties, want to capture those voters. But there's just not enough voters in the third party for the main parties to worry about them. I mean, you had a circumstance where a libertarian faction captured a significant portion of the Republican Party. But you haven't had a circumstance where the Green Party has captured a significant portion of the Democratic Party. The Occupy movement from the late 1990s, or I guess late 2000 aughts, they captured a significant portion of the Democratic Party, but not nearly in the same way that the Tea Party captured a significant portion of the Republican Party. I mean, without the Tea Party in 2008, we don't have Donald Trump. It just doesn't happen. Because the Tea Party guys were the people talking about orthodoxy and purity of the party purity, orthodoxy, and all that stuff when Mitt Romney lost the presidency to an incumbent Barack Obama. They were the ones. It was the Tea Party guys, the libertarian faction of the Republican Party, that was talking about party orthodoxy and enough of this moderation crap and enough of this mealy mouth, playing to the base, playing to the middle, and abandoning the base. They talked about party purity and party orthodoxy, and that was the Tea Party faction that had captured a significant portion of the Republican Party that brought that about. Because prior to that, they were a governing party, but then they got away from that. They were like, no, uncompromised orthodoxy. We're gonna hold the line, and of course they didn't hold the line. But that's just how it goes. That's just how it goes. But you see, that's just the thing. We can fix the system. We can fix the system with just like 2 more senators is what they say. With 2 more senators, they get the Build Back Better bill. They get with 2 more senators, we have voting rights. We have Supreme Court reform. We have tax code reform. We have all kinds of things with just 2 more senators. Even with the Senate fixed, a whole lot of shit theoretically, and if it doesn't change, theoretically changes. And if it doesn't change, then in 2 years, 2026, all those motherfuckers are out of a job. Because the last time we were in that position where we elected a whole bunch of people to do a specific thing and they didn't do the specific thing, they got eviscerated and kicked out of office. From 2008 to 2010. We elected a whole bunch of people to give us universal health care, national insurance, universal health care, insurance for every man, woman, and child. And they came close, but they didn't do it. And they fucked around, and they played around, and they tried to get, this coalition, and they tried to get the other party to join in. Like, the people didn't elect the other party to do that shit. The people put the people in power to do a thing. And maybe it was ahead of their time. Maybe it was unable to do it. The politics weren't right. Whatever it was, they couldn't get it done. And in 2010, they didn't just get beat like a normal mid-year, uh, 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 mid, what is it? Midterm. They didn't just normally get beat like they lose 10% of their seats like normal. They lost like 25%. They got the shit beat out of them. They got, as Obama said, shellacked. If you don't do what you're put in office to do, they will take you out of office. And that even happened with the Republicans. In 2016, they elected the Senate to get rid of the ACA. They didn't do it. They failed. They failed. What happened in 2018? They lost the House. They didn't lose the Senate. They lost the House. They lost the House, and I think they might have lost a couple of seats in the Senate. I can't remember if they lost a couple of seats or gained a couple of seats. But they didn't do what they were sent there to do, and they lost the House. Boom. Took them another 2 years to lose the Senate, but they lost the Senate too, eventually. And in spite of not getting a whole lot done, or not being able to get a whole lot done, because of the structure of the Senate, this administration's gotten a lot done. From tax code to environment to foreign relations to the other thing, the education stuff. Trying to stimulate, not stimulate, but settle out the student debt stuff. They're like taking steps that they can take, even getting around the blockade. But I mean, it's a matter like the system. The system is designed. The inoculation that we have against systemic collapse is voting. We get to vote every 2 years to uh, change and do stuff. And if they would just fucking do it, if they would just fucking do it, it ends all the bickering and it ends all the back and forth and it ends all the shit. They just fucking do it. Like, oh, we don't want to damage the. Like, fuck it. Fucking tradition is there to stand in the way of progress. In the goddamn tradition, just fucking do it. We sent you there to do a thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. And if you don't do the thing, suffer the consequences. That's how it is. I would be a real big fan of seeing ranked voting elections rather than winner take all. Ranked voting is would be a good electoral reform, but there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done. Not so much burn the thing down and build it from scratch, but to just sit down. I would love to see a commission just rethink how we could make government more responsive and more representative. We've all got my personal idea is the Wyoming rule that basically triples the number of representatives we have, triples the number of senators we have, or adds 50 more senators to the 100 that we already have. I think that would make for much more representative democracy. Make DC a state and Puerto Rico a state. Add, what do they have? 7 justices now. 6-3. They have 9 now. Add at least 2 more, probably 4 more justices to the Supreme Court. So we have 13 justices and 13 circuits. I think that would be a good number to have. 11 would be a good compromise. We'd be fine with that. But making election day a holiday would be fine. And I would dispute this notion that you have that voting is a waste, because one of the reasons you don't have good candidates is because people don't vote. It's a chicken and the egg thing. Granted, the more people that vote, the more better candidates you have. The more better candidates you have, the more people you vote. Um, but it really is a marketplace of ideas. And if you go vote, the more people who vote, the more candidates see a market of ideas that they can participate in. Like I use the example of Wyoming, because Liz Cheney just lost her primary. On the Republican primary, they had something like 45,000 votes cast, 45, 50,000 votes cast. Liz Cheney lost her ass. It was something like 15 to 35,000, 15,000 for her, 35 for the other guy. On the Democratic side, there was like 4,500 or 5,000 votes. That's discouraging for anybody running for office as an opposition candidate, because there's only like 5,000 people in your market of voters. And he was running unopposed, which might have been part of the problem. But, even if you double it or triple it, it's still only 15,000 people. It's not a very big market for them uh, to do their work and build on ideas and build coalitions and try to represent. It's just not a very big market. I used the example last night of sorghum whiskey. If there was a whole bunch of people clamoring for sorghum whiskey, and you make some sorghum whiskey, and then it only sells like 5 cases, well, you're not going to make more sorghum whiskey, and more distilleries aren't going to make sorghum whiskey. Uh, but if you make your product and you put it out on the market, and like 150 cases disappear in the first 2 weeks, well, now shit, that's a whole fucking market. Now you're not just going to have you, but you're going to have several other distilleries trying to make sorghum whiskey or sorghum rum, whichever it is. Um, and as the market of ideas and the market grows, you have more people participating in that market and trying to grow the idea base. We saw the exact opposite happen here in the state of Texas. When one party abandoned the state, like literally the other party started racing to the bottom. And we didn't have better ideas, we didn't have more ideas, we had fewer ideas. Fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer, to the point now where it's just kind of a broken record of how do we solve the problems in the state? Cut taxes, more guns, and abstinence. Oil, more oil, 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 dig more wells. That's it. That's the only solution they have to any problems at all, because we only have one group of voices, and they've suppressed the people for trying to vote and trying to improve the representation of the state for 30 fucking years. And it's the same bad ideas and the same bad solutions, and there's fewer of them every year because there's just fewer people willing to participate. But that's changing because we have more people being registered and more people going to vote. And the more people that vote, the more ideas you have in the marketplace. And the more ideas you have in the marketplace, the better your governance, because you have more better people running for office. And that's just how it works. If you don't vote, if you don't participate in the system, if you don't participate in the process, then there's no reason to expect the people who are making policies to give a shit about what you think. They just and there's also the circumstance where they try to make it harder for you to vote so that they don't have to. But if you insist, if you keep kicking down the door and you keep showing up and you keep insisting that you be heard, and voting is the minimum baseline. Showing up twice a year to cast a ballot is the minimum baseline. If you call the offices and you show up to town hall meetings and you show up to school board meetings and you show up to, but let me finish that thought. You show up to all that stuff, you get the ideas heard. You understand what's going on, but you also get your ideas heard out there too. But the flip side of that is also that there's economic structures in place right now that make it hard for that to happen, that make it hard for people to have the spare time to be able to attend council meetings and attend school board meetings and attend town hall meetings and participate in the civic discussion, the civic life of their community, because they're working 10-hour days 5 days a week, and they're exhausted on Saturdays, and they have to mow their lawn, and they have to do all the shit that they have to do on Saturdays. So they don't want to go to a meeting that's at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday or at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday. How the fuck are you supposed to go to a meeting at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday? School board meetings shouldn't be at 2 o'clock on Tuesday. They should be late in the evening, 7 o'clock during the week. But you still have to get home in time. You still have to get home in time. And if you just sat through traffic for an hour to get home, and then now you have to go to this meeting, oh shit, man, nobody wants to fucking do that. So there's economic structures that are working against civic engagement. It all comes together in a way like that it's hard to unravel. But you can aim at the root causes and work to solve the problem. And the problems at its core: lack of civic engagement, lack of participation, and you work at the problems that are at the core of that, which is not enough time, not enough money, and you just deal with it, and you deal with the problems, and you try to solve the problems. Yeah, but sounds nice, but as long as you have a two-party system, you'll get the representative government. You get your own choices. Well, kinda, but kind of. But if a huge percent of the country can't vote in the primaries because there's only they're not part of the two parties, that's just because the other parties didn't have a primary. The primary system is done by the parties partly to engage their voters, their party voters. But if the other parties don't have a primary, that's on those parties, and get involved with those parties and tell them to have a fucking primary, or whatever. But the primary system isn't. That's a party process. That's not an actual election. That's just the party selecting their candidates. That's not a real. It's not a real election. It's run through the election here in Texas, at least. It's run through our counties and elections and infrastructure, but yeah, that's the party themselves doing that, and the parties don't have candidates because they're not real fucking parties. The Green Party and Libertarian parties aren't real governing parties. They're policy parties. They're not governing parties. And one of the ways to solve that systemic flaw in our voting system is to actually have more representatives. That Wyoming plan that I was talking about, where it basically triples the number of representatives that we have, I think that would make more regional parties, more regional representation. And instead of having two national parties, you'd have 3 or 4 or 5 regional parties and maybe a couple of national parties, maybe 3 national parties. It would look an awful lot like the college conference system, I think. I think it would look a lot like the college conference system, where you have, a West Coast, Northeast, Central Plains, Southeast, uh, uh, Eastern Seaboard. You'd have like this patchwork of major parties, maybe a patchwork of minor parties underneath it, and then 2 or 3 major parties that are national parties, real national parties. Um, that's how it used to be. But then they stopped growing the number of representatives in the early 1900s, about 100 years ago. They stopped growing the number of representatives, and then the parties kind of got ossified and got really rich and really, really big and really entrenched. And that's how it, they have a vested interest in maintaining their power, and that's how they do it. That's how they do it. More representatives would help, though, because they capped the number of representatives in 1917. They capped the number of representatives. It used to grow with the population, but they capped the number in 1917. And before they capped the number of representatives, we had more parties. When they capped the number of representatives, there were fewer national parties. The minor regional parties went away, and one of the reasons that they went away is because they consolidated into 2 major national parties. That was it. That was one of the primary causes. It's not the only primary. It's not the only cause, but it's one of the primary causes. So yeah, there you go. But it's 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock and I'm tired. I'm getting more and more tired. I feel my voice like getting that gravelly, like sleepy voice. Um, Voting for party versus person would actually be a far better system, and we should get rid of the states' roles. Oh, see, we can't get rid of the states' roles because that's part of the federal system. We're a collective of states. We're a nation of states, and the states run their own election. And we can set a federal standard, and the feds can pay for election booths and election machines and all that other stuff. But uh, we didn't have cable in 1917. It's a much smaller world. It's not a much smaller world. It's a much bigger world. There's many, many, many more people now than we had in 1917. But we don't have more representatives than we have in 1917. We have the same number of representatives in 1917, but we have 3 times as many people in the country. We have 3 times as many people in the same number of representatives because they capped it. And it has nothing to do with cable TV. It has everything to do with the parties deciding they want to hold on to the power that they have. And it may not have been how it started. I don't want to ascribe nefarious purposes to their intentions. They may have just said, you know what, we keep having to add more seats to our chamber. Let's save money on chairs and cap the number of representatives. And then they did. And then over time it was like, hey, why should we have more representatives? Should we have more representatives? Like, no, 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 no. We got a good thing going. Shut up. And that's how it was. Yeah. Um, I mean, India has like 1,000 representatives in their parliament, or representatives, or whatever it is in their that they have. India is a better democracy than the United States. I mean, go figure. Go figure. Um, but anyway, it's after 1 o'clock. I need to get to bed. I have a busy day tomorrow. I've got shit to do. I appreciate Dustin, the good conversation. It was fun chatting with you. Shell H, it was fun chatting with you. Mission, Magnet Mission, fun chatting with you. Bacon, always a pleasure. Everybody else, Sunflowers, Bimbo, Barbarella, Lazy Nate, all you guys, absolute pleasure. It's fun. You guys are what makes this show fun to do. I could sit here and talk into the ether for a good solid 30 minutes to 45 minutes, but it would get boring to me. So I appreciate you guys coming and joining me, getting in, making chat lively, um, making it fun to do. Because if like for real, if it weren't for y'all, uh, this show would be super duper boring. Because I am not that interesting of a person. Um, and I'm switching to add a video capture device to my other screen so that I can switch screens effectively. But for real, I do appreciate it. Tomorrow night um, we have Ryan Adam Wells as our musical performer between the barrels here at the Old Humble Distilling Company. We will be whoops, move that forward. If I shrink this up just a little bit, move it up here. No, I had it. I had it exactly where I wanted to be. He will be joining us at. There we go. He would be joining us at 6:45, I believe, is when we'll be starting the show. Music starts at 7. 6:45 is when we start. We're up to 876 subscribers. That's exciting. Let me refresh this real quick. Were we up higher than that earlier? No, I think that's where we were. When we hit 1,000, I will fight a kangaroo if we do it before the end of November. That's it, guys. Next week, we'll be back on Wednesday. I don't think we'll be doing trivia on Thursday. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. This was a good night without Lisa. I made it work, but looking at my schedule for next Thursday, Next Thursday, the 20th, it looks like I'm open. So, yeah, maybe we'll be doing trivia. Maybe we'll do trivia at the distillery next Thursday because I'll be free. We'll see. I don't know. But anyway, in the meantime, be awesome to each other. Be awesome to each other. Drink good whiskey. Do that. Think with your whole brain. Love with your whole heart. Be awesome to each other. And as always, drink great whiskey. Cheers. Do I have a drink? Yeah, I do. Cheers and good night. See you tomorrow.